another sweep for one ball club over the other. 2 weeks ago, the Barnstormers hosted the Revs for opening weekend, and Lancaster just romped the three-game series. They outscored York 40-16. But here this weekend, at least so far, the cleats have been on the other feet because the Revs have come in here and they have won 8-3 and 11-3 in the first two games of this set. So today it will be Dominic DeSabatino trying to stem the flow of this series. He is 1-2 on the year. He's pitched very well his last two starts. His ERA down to an even 5. And he'll match up against former Cincinnati Reds first-round draft choice Nick Travieso, who comes in with a record of 1-1 and an earned run average of 4.02. The Barnstormers have been just trying to find their way. So many things have happened that now it's becoming a battle against attrition for this Barnstormers team. Mark Zipchinski leaving. Kelly Dugan was out all week, came back last night, homered his first at-bat since coming off the illness. But it just seems that the bulk of the season, Ross has not been able to have his entire roster available to meet up against these Atlantic League opponents. And at times, I think that has been rather costly for this ball club. We'll take a look at the starting lineups for today. First for the Revs, a pretty similar look to what we've seen the last two nights. Troy Stokes Jr. is leading off in right field. Elmer Reyes, the shortstop, batting second. The left fielder in the number 3 slot is Melky Mesa. Nelly Rodriguez will bat cleanup and play first base. Carlos Franco is the third baseman, batting fifth. J.C. Encarnacion in center field will hit sixth. The designated hitter batting seventh is Josue Herrera. Jack Kenley will bat eighth and play second base. And Paul Mondesi is the catcher. He is batting in the number 9 slot. Travieso on the hill, right-hander from Pembroke Pines, Florida, 1-1 on the season. The Barnstormers will be led off by Melvin Mercedes. He is the second baseman. Ladarius Clark, who slammed a couple of solo home runs last night, is batting second. He is in center field. The first baseman batting third, Kelly Dugan. The cleanup hitter is the DH. That is Andretti Cordero. Anderson Felice is batting fifth. In right field, the catcher is Anthony Peroni, batting sixth. Trace Lair makes the start at third base. He is batting in the number 7 slot. Jake Hoover, the shortstop, batting eighth. And Devon Torrance is in left field, batting ninth for the Lancaster Barnstormers. Dominic DeSabatino, the right-hander from Delaware, will make his fifth start of the 2022 season here this afternoon. The weather should hold. The rain now not expected until about 6 o'clock this evening. And even at that, it seems like the probability of getting rain tonight has diminished to some degree. The Barnstormers are in their Sunday jerseys as they take the field. The umpiring crew today, Dave Shirk has balls and strikes with Bill Reuter at first base and Owen Ballard the fourth over at third. Barnstormers and the York Revolution with the Field of Dreams team, and a good size one again today, taking the field at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and we'll send you down toward the field momentarily and turn things over to stadium announcer John Whitwer, who will announce our national anthem singer of today.
If you are physically able, then remove your hats as we honor our nation and its flag with our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
taped version of the national anthem today. I wonder if that has something to do with the issues we've had a couple of times this week with the remote microphone from out on the field. The Barnstormers taking on the York Revolution. We wrap up a 3-game series here, but it will not be the end of the Barnstormers against the Revs this week because the venue will change and the Barnstormers will meet York once again, but on the other side of the river, beginning on Tuesday for a 3-game series, night games Tuesday and Wednesday, and a morning game coming up on Thursday. And that is when the Barnstormers will leave following that game and head to Lexington, Kentucky for the first ever meeting against the Wild Health Genomes. 6'4" right-hander Dominic DeSabatino on the hill today for the Lancaster Barnstormers, his 5th start of this 2022 season, coming off a year in which he tied for 3rd in the Atlantic League with 11 wins, led the Barnstormers last year at 11-9. Here he is 1-2 in 18 innings. He has given up 16 hits, 10 earned runs. He has walked 9, struck out 14, has the ERA at an even 5. His first start against York this year, he was 2-2 against the Revolution back in 2021. Behind DeSabatino defensively, Trace Lair is at 3rd. The shortstop for the Barnstormers today is Jake Hoover. Melvin Mercedes at 2nd. Kelly Dugan back in over at first base. His first time there in a week as he has battled whatever ailment that actually was that sidelined him for 3 full games. Devon Torrance is in left. The center fielder is Ladarius Clark. And for today, Anderson Felice shifts over to right field. We talked about how the Barnstormers just don't seem to go into any game at 100% strength. Mark Zagunis has had a bum knee, and he is out of the lineup today. I think we'll probably see him or could see him later on in the ball game today. Colton Shaver will sit. Anthony Peroni with the opportunity to catch, as he does quite often the last game out of a 3-game series, especially the day game following the 2 night games, and Shaver will be rested here today. So Troy Stokes will step in. Stokes, the right fielder, hitting .303. He has 1 home run and 10 runs batted in the current series. Stokes is 2 out of 9. He had a 3-run double that, by and large, wrapped up everything last night. After that, the game went on to autopilot. First delivery from DeSabatino across for a strike. It is 0-1. Barnstormers play Stokes, by and large, straight away. You really have not much of a choice. The infield slightly shifted to the left. And the next delivery, strike 2, at the knees on the inside corner. DeSabatino quickly out ahead of Stokes with Elmer Reyes waiting on deck. Anuel Polanco is coaching third base, but no Sandy De Leon over at first, at least not at the moment, for the York Revolution. Here's the 0-2. Stokes takes this pitch and hammers it to deep left field. Retreating on this and going all the way back is Torrance, and the walls will not contain it. Troy Stokes on an 0-2 pitch. Homers to straightaway left field, just getting it out. And the York Revolution take the early 1-0 lead. And, boy, that pitch was a mistake, especially at no balls and 2 strikes. York gets the jump here this afternoon. Shortstop Elmer Reyes coming to the plate, batting .319 with 1 home run and 9 runs batted in. DeSabatino made great pitches back-to-back. Trying to sneak one past him at 0-2, and it did not work. Now to Elmer Reyes, a first pitch over at the knees for a strike called. It is 0-1. Well, the Barnstormers had not given a home run up in about 76 innings, but that's the 4th now in this series. The 0-1 pitch lifted out to shallow center field. Retreating is Hoover. On comes Clark, and Clark loses the grip on it. Hoover and Mercedes are so good at pop-ups, it's almost like they went back too far and were a distraction to Clark, who I think would have had that play otherwise, but the 2 infielders were charging in his direction, and I think he took his sight off the ball. He'll be charged with an error, and there's a runner at first base with nobody out. Melky Mesa, the left fielder, will come to the plate. Mesa hitting .355 with 3 homers and 19 runs batted in. That was Clark's ball. Hoover and Mercedes were back there a long, long way. They both peeled out at the end. Clark with the drop. Now a swing and a miss by Mesa. It's 0-1. DeSabatino gives up the home run on the 0-2 pitch. Then we have a dropped fly ball, so not exactly the best of starts for the Barnstormers here today. Still plenty of time to shake this off. Infield set, double play depth. DeSabatino goes to work on Mesa. No balls and a strike. Right-handed hitter out of an open stance. Swung on and missed. And DeSabatino at 0-2. Dominic DeSabatino in his second year with the Barnstormers, a former San Diego Padres farmhand, man who was a shortstop during his high school career over in Delaware, and he had some great numbers as a hitter. 0-2. Sidearm delivery. Mesa cuts and does not get it. First strikeout for DeSabatino today. Barnstormers pitchers last night fanned 13, but also once again gave up a slew of extra base hits. There were 4 doubles and the grand slam by Mesa last night. 8 extra base hits the night before. It has in many ways been feast or famine for the York Banners. 1 out, Reyes the runner. Here is Nelly Rodriguez, the first baseman. He is batting just .243 on this young season. A ball is low and a 1-0 count. Carlos Franco, the third baseman, waiting on deck. Mercedes pinched toward second base with the right-handed batting Rodriguez at the plate. Hoover toward the hole. Laird playing deep and toward the line. Pitch across for a strike. That first offering to Rodriguez, the first ball given up by Dominic DeSabatino in this inning. 1 out, 1 on, 1 home. York with the early lead. The second home run of the year for Troy Stokes Jr. 1-1. DeSabatino to Rodriguez in on the hands and foul back. Second strike. DeSabatino will throw in that 91 to 94 range. He has a good mix. Definitely a guy that you could see being a starting pitcher for a number of years. That would seem to be his role, just like it is for certainly Brent Teller. Love him as a starter. 1-2. And to Rodriguez. Wrapped the short. 1 hop played by Hoover. He'll go to Mercedes for 1 and a quick strike back to first in a double play. 6-4-3. Defensive line perfectly there. Hoover had to play that hop. The ball didn't come to him quite as quickly as he thought it was going to. Then he was able to get the double play started. Rodriguez, not a fast runner. And it's 1 run on 1 hit with 1 error. Nobody left on base. We're through half an inning here today. And on the Troy Stokes Jr. home run, York is out to a 1-0 lead.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom in the back to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer to you in the front. Everything in the Lexus ES, a direct reflection of you. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Welcome back from Clipper Magazine Stadium. The Barnstormers get their first regular season look at right-hander Nick Travieso. He hails from Pembroke Pines, Florida, 6'3", 235 pounds, and 28 years of age. He was the first-round pick for the Cincinnati Reds back in 2012. He was the 12th man taken overall that year. And he rocketed up through the Reds system. He was 14-5 in the Midwest League in 2014 with the team down in, or the team in Dayton, Ohio. Got to Double-A Pensacola and was 5-7 in 2016. Suffered a shoulder injury and basically sat for 4 years. He had a little bit of time in on rehab in 2019. That was it. Last year, he returned with the Kansas City team in the American Association. He went 8-8 in a full season there. The first offering to Melvin Mercedes bends into the zone for a called strike. It is 0-1. Mercedes collared last night for the first time in his last 15 starts. He didn't reach base. 260 hitter with 1 home run, and he's knocked in 7. Travieso comes back and misses upstairs. Ball 1 and strike 1. The count to Mercedes. Ladarius Clark is on deck, and then the first baseman, Kelly Dugan. Right-hander peering in to get the sign from his battery mate today, Paul Mondesi. 1-1 pitch, moving Mercedes back. 2 balls and a strike now. The rest of the defense, the same as we saw last night. Carlos Franco at third. Elmer Reyes, the shortstop. Jack Kenley at second. Nelly Rodriguez is at first. Melky Mesa has the start in left. J.C. Encarnacion in center. And Troy Stokes Jr. is stationed in right. Here comes the 2-1. Mercedes will go for it and lob this out towards center. Charging in is Encarnacion. He can slow up and make the catch. Mercedes is retired on the pop fly to center. Same way he started the game for the Barnstormers last night. Now Ladarius Clark will come to the plate. Clark had a big night offensively. He had a base hit, infield single. Reyes, the shortstop, got a glove on it. It looked like it took a low skip, but Reyes was still, I think, going to have a hard time throwing Clark out on the play. And then Ladarius homered to right center, and then an absolute monster in the 9th inning to left center field last night. Here is the pitch to Clark, and it is high for a ball, 1-0. Ladarius's overall numbers are strong, 324 with 4 home runs and 10 knocked in on this campaign. Being played straight away, especially in the outfield, you have no choice. Ball 2, slices past the zone outside and low. 2-0, the count to Clark. Kelly Dugan waits on deck. Dugan is homered in every game against the York Revolution this year that he has played. He did sit out on Friday night. 2-0. Travieso to the plate. Clark with a huge rip and a miss. 2-1. 1-0 York on the Stokes home run leading off. Barnstormers have not hit a lot the last 3 games. They've been able to score some runs, averaging 4 per game, but only averaging 6 hits a game. Swing and a miss, and Clark is now at 2-2. Ladarius has had his way with York so far this year. He's 10 for 21 with 3 homers against the Revs. Travieso working 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ladarius Clark. Mondesi sets the target. Here is the pitch, and that swings outside, 3-2. Clark is taking it full. The Barnstormers trying to get something started. The games have gotten away from them. The first 2 nights of this series with big York innings that have all started with 2 outs and nobody on. Here's the payoff to Clark. It's a chopper past the mound. This is going to be a tough play, and it's kicked by Travieso. Clark probably has that beaten out anyway. It's going to be a single. Even if Travieso picks that one up from where he was, unlikely he's going to get Ladarius Clark. The Barnstormers with a 1-out runner, and that extends Ladarius' hitting streak to 9, the longest by a Barnstormer this year. He is 14 out of 34 in the streak. This brings on Dugan, the first baseman, batting .333 with 5 homers and 19 driven in. He has just shredded York pitching the 4 games in which he has encountered the Revs. Clark out to a good-sized lead. We'll see if Travieso goes that way. Clark takes off immediately, but the pitch swung on and grounded foul by Dugan. Ladarius will need to return. The count on Dugan, no balls and a strike. Andretti Cordero, the designated hitter, waits on deck. Barnstormers down a run, but they have Clark on, and Ladarius has that rare combination of power and speed. You'll love to be able to utilize both. His speed earning him a trip to the bases in this first inning. Dugan awaits the 0-1. Travieso to the set, a long time in the set, and this is all about keeping Clark close. He never intended to throw a pitch there. 0-1, the count on Dugan, batting out of the open stance, up and down on the right foot, his front foot. And now up and away from Travieso. It is a ball and a strike. Dugan being given a tremendous amount of room in left center field. Encarnacion deep and swung toward right center. Kelly takes ball 2. 2-1 to the Lancaster first baseman. Right-hander ready to go. Travieso to the plate, and Dugan fouls that off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. They don't have the shift on against him. Some teams do. See if Clark takes off a second time here. Travieso has, since that first pitch, done a good job keeping the runner contained. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Dugan. He does take off. The pitch is inside, and in fact, that gets away from Mondesi. Clark is going to race toward third, and that throw ends up in left field. It is backed up by Mesa. We could have a play at the plate. They throw home, and Clark read it and is able to get back into third. That is a stolen base and I believe a pass ball, both. And in fact, the case, same pitch, stolen base. That gets Clark to second, pass ball, sends him to third. Dugan, meanwhile, is up there at 3 balls and 2 strikes and has the opportunity, even with an out, to tie this ball game in the bottom half of the first inning. Payoff pitch to Dugan, and that is rifled but foul. He hooked it over the head of first base coach Troy Steffi and down into the bullpen bench. Continuing, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Barnstormers and the Revs wrapping up a 3-game weekend series here. The payoff to Dugan, swung on and missed. Travieso got him to climb the ladder. A big strikeout for the Revolution. Now it's up to Cordero to get the run home as the Barnstormers fail to do so with just 1 out by putting the ball in play. Cordero, 266 with a couple of home runs and 17 knocked in. Both his home runs in the same game 3 weeks ago today at Gastonia. Clark up the line from third, and a Cordero, that is fouled to the net. No balls and a strike. Clark is on a hot streak. Everybody else has kind of cooled off here the past 2 or 3 days, or certainly last night, and for some it goes back longer than that. The Barnstormers managed 4 hits last night. 3 of them were solo home runs. Ladarius Clark had 2 of the home runs and the only single. to Cordero. 0-1 pitch is outside and low. Long lead up the third baseline for Clark as that pitch was delivered, and there was a second there. I thought he was going to come charging home. 1 ball, 1 strike, and don't discount that possibility. Big lead, and the next pitch is popped up to the right side. It will get to the outfielders. Calling for it is Stokes. He will make the catch, and the Barnstormers are turned away here in the bottom half of the first inning. No runs, 1 hit with no errors, and Clark stranded at third. At the end of an inning here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, York leads 1-0.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Top of the second inning, Carlos Franco will be followed by J.C. Encarnacion, and Josue Herrera. Looks like the sun is starting to break out from the cloud bank here in Lancaster, and that's what could brew some storms later on. But again, nothing anticipated until about 6 o'clock. We should be perfectly good to go for this game. Weather tomorrow could get rough. I'm glad that's the off day. They're talking about some potentially violent weather along the East Coast tomorrow. Tomorrow's one of those days just to pay attention to the weather, folks, to see what may or may not be coming our way. Carlos Franco, the third baseman, will step to the plate. Left-handed batter at 227, but he's dangerous. 7 home runs. He has driven in 24 on the season thus far, including a big 3 on his 7th home run here 2 nights ago. He is 3rd in the league in home runs, 2nd in ribbies, behind Courtney Hawkins in both categories, inside and low. Franco batting at 1-0. 1-0 York on the strength of the Stokes home run. The Barnstormers had a runner to third base and couldn't capitalize in the bottom half of the first inning. Strike at the knees. Franco batting at 1-1. Once the Barnstormers return from Kentucky, they will play 19 out of 22 here in Lancaster. Inside, ball 2. The only interruption to that will be a 3-game set at Staten Island. We go there for the first time May 31st to June 2nd. That, from what I understand, is a very different type of trip. 2-1, swing and a miss, 2-2. In that you want to structure your day a little bit differently when you go to Staten Island. The way it typically works is you have about, on average, say maybe a 15-minute ride from the hotel to the ballpark. So you leave at 3 o'clock for a 6:30 game. 2-2 pitch, well off the outside corner, 3-2. And everybody eats and takes care of all of that before you go to the ballpark. Well, at Staten Island, it's 45 minutes to an hour from the hotel to the stadium, depending on traffic, and a lot of the good places to eat are around the ballpark and not necessarily around the hotel, although there are some. Foul back, 3-2, but there's some really neat stuff from what I understand around the stadium by the Staten Island waterfront. Or if you want, you could go over there early, go across to Manhattan and come back. 3-2 once again to Franco. Fouled away once more. Franco has had some lengthy battles against the Barnstormers pitching staff in this series. DeSabatino continues to work to him with a full count. Well, the idea, from what I've heard, when you go to Staten Island is to leave at about 1:30, 2 o'clock. Here's the payoff. Franco ground ball right side toward the hole, hustling over Mercedes. He'll stop and throw, feeding Dugan perfectly. Franco retired 4-3. We have one out, and it's not even a star in the scorebook play with Mercedes because we're so used to seeing him cover all the real estate on the right side of the infield. It becomes routine when you've got Mercedes at second base. One out. JC Encarnacion, the center fielder, comes in, a guy who's done everything that he's done in the Atlantic League this year at Lancaster's expense. 5 out of 12 with a homer and 5 runs batted in this season series. 0 for 12 against anybody else. Former Orioles farmhand is J.C. Encarnacion. That was his more recent organization. He was with the Braves prior to that. Ball missing inside and low, 1-0. He made all 4 stops in the Baltimore system last year before coming to York. He had a hot spell from July 25th to August 4th last year, did Encarnacion. Tapper foul. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. He was involved in the trade that brought Kevin Gossman and Darren O'Day to Atlanta from Baltimore. Down and away. DeSabatino with the fastball missing. 2 balls, 1 strike, and Encarnacion. Josue Herrera, left-handed batter, the DH today, waiting on deck. The motion, DeSabatino delivers. This is chopped toward third. Charging in is Lair. He'll fire across, and DeSabatino has gotten 3 straight batters on ground balls, and I've said this a lot, but that's when DeSabatino is at his best, when he starts getting the ground outs. Guy who can strike out his fair share. He had 1 game last year with 11. And strikeouts are electric, but ground outs can create a great deal more durability and allow you to last longer for the season and in games. You are able to cover a lot more innings if you're getting ground balls. 2 outs. The batter is Herrera. 1-0 York here in the second. DeSabatino into his motion. The fastball spinning around the lefty batter. 1 ball, no strikes to Herrera. He hails from Santo Domingo, but lives in Philly. Swung on and missed. The count is a ball and a strike. He has played for the Brewers and the Orioles. Never got out of rookie ball. And came to York last year, hit .256 with 9 homers and drove in 40. Foul ball straight back up toward the Swede over my head. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. And that's the story of the York Revolution, at least for the last several years, with Mark Mason and NOL Polanco. They're able to find through channels a lot of younger Latin American players who have had a few years, couple of years anyway, in affiliated baseball, but not necessarily at high levels. And they come to York and they become stars. And they do it year in and year out. It's a pipeline, and more power to them for being able to do that. But it's been the story of going back Isaias Tejeda, and now you look at Franco and Carlos Castro, who they just traded. Ball 2 is outside, 2-2. Encarnacion, Herrera. Two balls, 2 strikes. Target set by Anthony Peroni. DeSabatino goes to work, and he got him. Off speed, Swing and a miss. Second strikeout for Dom today. Nothing across in the second inning. And now at the end of 1.5, it is 1-0 York.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Welcome back from Clipper Magazine Stadium. Dave Collins with you. The Barnstormers will be back home against the Gastonia Honey Hunters, the only time they will be in here all year. A 3-game series beginning a week from Tuesday. That's the 24th. And then guess who's back here for Memorial Day weekend and 4 more? It will be York. We play them a lot, 10 times at Clipper Magazine Stadium alone before the end of May. And with the 3 in York coming up this week, that's 13 of the 32 against the Revs before May comes to a conclusion. And then in June, these two clubs will play each other only 3 times. Those are in York, the 21st to the 23rd. A split 4-game series, 2 here and then 2 over in York and then 2 here, 4th of July week. They will play the Revs 7 times in July, 6 more all in York in August. And then the final 3 here the last week of the season. Swing and a miss by Anderson Felice. Down a strike. It is 0-1. York has gotten terrific starting pitching in this series. Quality starts from both Jorge Martinez and Eduardo Rivera. 12 innings total with 15 strikeouts and only 3 runs allowed. It is high. Felice bats at a ball and a strike. 273 for Anderson with 1 homer and 11 runs batted in. Barnstormers were not able to reel in Alejandro De Aza, a story from earlier this week. Here's a 1-1. Ball 2, missing the zone. 2 balls and a strike. And there is a need to fill that roster spot. Ross kept the spot open in the outfield for De Aza. And now you've got to go. I think it's very important for this team to get that slot filled. Ball 3, high and inside. 3-1 on Felice. Felice will be in the lineup one way or the other, but if we get another outfielder, he might move into third. That frees Lair up to be a floater. He's very good at all 3 infield positions. So I'm wondering if a move like that wouldn't be down the road. 3-2 once again from Travieso. Here's the offering. Felice goes down swinging. Well, they have figured out how to set up these Barnstormers hitters, and that's 3 outs in a row. Clark has 4 of the 5 hits in the last couple of games. On Friday night, Cordero had all 3 runs batted in. He and Felice had multi-hit nights. Anthony Peroni, the batter, with 1 out, nobody on. He's 4 for 29 with an RBI. he'll take a breaking ball for a strike. It's 0-1. Travieso has allowed the infield single to Clark. That's been it. Pitch turned back in on Peroni and almost got him in the arm. He was able to evacuate. It's a ball and a strike. It's a good, it's kind of a late arriving crowd for a Sunday, but it is a pretty good turnout here. 1-1. Stays high and inside. Peroni trying to work his way on. Travieso hasn't exactly been economical, but he has been getting the outs. The Barnstormers have not hit anything hard and fair as of yet on the afternoon. 2 balls, 1 strike. And a Peroni. It breaks across, a second strike, and now it's 2-2. Standard set for the defense. 2-2 on the way. Ball 3. Yet another full count. They have been abundant with the Barnstormers at the plate in this game. Dugan was there. Felice was there. Now Peroni gets to 3-2. The payoff on its way from the right-hander. Here it is, and that is cut on and missed. 3 strikeouts in the last 4 batters, and with 2 away, Trace Lair steps in, the third baseman at 183. Unexpectedly slow start for Lair. Guy has been a very steady 250 to 260 type hitter in his minor league career. Travieso to the plate. It swings well inside and low. Ball 1 and no strikes. Hoover, the on-deck batter, should anything develop with Lair. 1-0 York, second inning of baseball here this afternoon. It is up and ball 2, 2-0. This is the same ball club that 16 days ago scored 23 runs against the same opposition. They've been stymied all weekend. Swing and a miss, it's 2-1. Very little offense out of the Barnstormers here. Yes, 6 runs, but only 14 hits in now 20 innings. And a lot of strikeouts. Here comes the 2-1. Lair will let that go. It's ball 3. Travieso has gone to a 3-ball count to now 4 out of the last 5 hitters, but he is not allowed a walk as of yet. Here now the 3-1. Swing and a miss, and we get to another full count. It's 3-2. 23 Barnstormers have struck out in this series. There have been a lot of strikeouts the other way, too. The Revs have struck out 22 times. Payoff is coming to Lair. He pops this up to shallow center, long way in. Encarnacion still coming, and now the left fielder Mesa cuts in front of him. He'll make the catch, and the Barnstormers go away. Everybody to a 3-2 count. Everybody retired in the bottom of the second inning, and at the end of 2, it is York 1 and the Barnstormers nothing.
All right, so Eli, let's do this. Here with me. We'll have Abby and Justice behind us. That's what we got here. 1, 2, 3 in the back, 4, 5, 6. Go. Ready? 1 and 2. Let's see what we got here.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Knockoffs, copycats, imitators. They all share one thing in common. They always pale in comparison next to the true original. Just like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. The crossover that paved the way for others. And it's still the best for one simple reason. Nothing else is as good as the original. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Jack Kenley, the second baseman, will lead off for the Revs here in the third inning. Kenley at 237 with 5 runs driven in. He'll be followed by the catcher Paul Mondesi and then Troy Stokes Jr. at the top of the order. He's responsible for the lone run in this game so far, and a leadoff Jack back in inning 1. Swing and a miss. 0-1 on Kenley. The only hit allowed by DeSabatino. York has had one other man reach on an error. Target set by Peroni to Kenley. Swing and a miss at the fastball. And it's 0-2. As the day goes along, the skies get brighter here. You would still describe them as mostly cloudy, but not entirely cloudy as they were even an hour or so ago. The Sabatino just missing, and it's ball 1, 1-2. Dom gets the signal from Peroni. Here is the 1-2. In the air, left field. Long run for Devon Torrance into foul territory, and he drops the foul ball. Torrance, slow getting up down there. The ball was right at the bullpen mound. So it is just a strike, not even that. It's just a foul ball, keeping the count at 1-2. And what can you say? These are the kinds of things happening to the Barnstormers. You can't give Torrance an error on that play. It looked bad. He dropped the ball. He was actually there. May have taken one step too many, but he was also dealing with the change in topography created by the bullpen mound. 1 ball, 2 strikes. DeSabatino to Kenley. Ball 2 is inside and low. Dom could have used that out. 2-2. Kenley will swing and miss. DeSabatino ends up getting a strikeout anyway. 3 strikeouts now for Dom. With 1 out, here is the catcher Mondesi. 269 hitter with 3 runs batted in. York was catching Rich with Mondesi, Lenin Rodriguez, and Carlos Castro. And they needed to beef up the pitching staff, so they traded Castro to Wild Health, getting Josh Martin in return. Outside and ball 1 to Mondesi, 1-0. Rodriguez has stepped to the forefront. He is an outstanding defensive catcher, and he's been a thorn at the plate to the Barnstormers in this series. 1-0, ground ball toward the middle. Mercedes to the other side of second base, makes the play, and his throw perfect. 7 in a row, retired by DeSabatino, 2 gone, and now Stokes will step in. No balls and 2 strikes back in the first inning, and Stokes got a pitch he could handle, and he deposited that on the other side of the signage in left field. Right about the Wegmans sign, as I recall. 2 outs. Stokes the batter. DeSabatino's pitch, slice foul off to the right, now to play. It is 0-1. Made a trip to Wegmans on Monday night on the off day. We, people who hail from Rochester, New York, we do take pride in our Wegmans. Our big contribution to American culture. Fly ball deep right center field. Wynn's got this one. Back on it goes Clark, and the wall will not contain it. That is the second home run for Troy Stokes, going in a completely opposite direction. Out to the backyard, and York leads by the score of 2-0. I didn't think that had a chance to go when it came off the bat, but a little bit of wind picking up perhaps, blowing from left across to right. It's not a strong one. That ball traveled. Clark crashing into the chain link fence out there by the backyard. Stokes with the 2 solo home runs, his club leading by a pair, and now a fastball hits Reyes in the backside. And Dave Shirk instinctively gets between Reyes and DeSabatino. And hopefully no ugliness develops. This is what you worry about with teams playing each other 6 games in a row and 32 times for the season. Barnstormers against York, just the fan bases alone, it tends to be a heated rivalry. Two outs, Reyes, the runner, Melky Mesa, the hitter. Only 2 York hits have been Troy Stokes Jr.'s home runs. DeSabatino outside to Mesa for a ball. It is 1-0. And this is the type of situation where innings have gotten away from the Barnstormers. 2 outs, nobody on, and bad things begin to happen. Now DeSabatino has to get out of this and keep this as a 1-run inning. 1-0 to Mesa. He takes a mighty cut. Doesn't get it, and it's 1-1. And the Barnstormers have another run they need to make up. Bassett, the 1-1 to the outside corner for a second strike. It's 1-2. So Ross Peoples building a wish list. He and Troy are regulars on the phones. They've got to get that left-handed hitting outfielder that Deaza was supposed to be. There is another possibility there. And they need a lefty in the bullpen. That is perhaps even more urgent right now with Mark Zepchinski being gone. We don't know for how long. Tommy Shirley has been used the last 2 nights. He's certainly down for today. 2-2. Fouled back. A little too hot and too wide for Peroni to latch onto that. Still 2-2 on Melky Mesa. Nelly Rodriguez, the first baseman, due next. The Barnstormers with Hoover, Torrance, and Mercedes scheduled in the bottom of this 3rd inning. Decent crowd on the picnic deck today. Third base seats and sections out in the sunlight are doing well today. Here's a 2-2. High fly ball, left center field. Clark and Torrance will converge. Ladarius Clark comes out of there with it. Well, the damage is limited, but Troy Stokes Jr. with the hot swing today. 2 home runs. And at the end of 2.5, York leading by the score of 2-0.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, Local Flavor. Localflavor.com, Local Flavor.
Lower half of the third, and Nick Travieso's lead has doubled. Now 2-0 with Jake Hoover, Devon Torrance, and Melvin Mercedes scheduled to step in the lower half of inning number 3. Weather's so much improved from last weekend. The doubleheader against the Long Island Ducks last Sunday. The only play we could get in, and it was just brutal on the field with gusting winds blowing in, cloudy skies, temperatures in the low 50s, and that was better than the forecast. Here's Hoover. Jake at 212 with 6 runs batted in. He lost a 6-game hitting streak. It was 1 out of 4 in the series opener. Couldn't get a hit last night. Now Travieso throws inside on Hoover. And you wonder what the conversations and the murmurings are down on the field after DeSabatino hit Reyes following the Stokes home run. 1 ball, no strikes to Hoover. Travieso will come back and throw behind him. It's 2-0, and are we at some point going to see things get really, really nasty here at Clipper Magazine Stadium? 2 balls and no strikes, and Hoover wants warnings to be issued, and they're going to be. Warnings are issued. The next one, and we're going to have people heaved. And Mark Mason is going to come out, and he is going to have a word with Dave Shirk. Nick Travieso is griping at Shirk. Bill Reuter will come to intervene. York didn't think those first 2 pitches were worth warnings, but sitting here, I certainly do. Reyes was upset when he got hit by DeSabatino, and now you have 1 pitch brushing Hoover back and the second one behind him, and now Anuel Polanco is getting into things with Hoover. And I have to believe we're going to see benches clear before too much longer. Dave Shirk trying to get control the best he can. 2-0, the count to Hoover. Ross Peoples coming down. Ross will certainly take up his team's case here, but at the same time, his natural instinct is to maintain the peace. Jake Hoover batting at 2-0, leading off here in the 3rd inning. The Barnstormers trailing by a pair of runs. The outfielders who had crept closer to the conversation. And now we're going to see Mark Mason pay a mound visit. J.C. Encarnacion and the right fielder, Troy Stokes Jr., had sort of crept in toward the perimeter of the infield. Travieso was about to throw a pitch, and those guys had to hustle back to their spots. And now Ross Peoples calls Jake Hoover over. A lot has happened since ball 2. Conversations everywhere. If this pitch is anywhere near Jake Hoover, things are going to get extremely ugly. 2 balls and no strikes from Travieso, who's retired 5 in a row. Defense against Jake straight away. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Down and away. Probably a good thing. And it's ball 3. 3-0. You don't know what's running through people's minds or what exactly is being said on the field when you're up here. But that didn't look good. Ball 4 is high. Hoover gets the walk. Well, the Barnstormers get something started anyway here in the 3rd inning. And for the moment, I think the situation has been alleviated. Here is Torrance. Devon 3 for 23 on the campaign. Hoover, a guy who's a threat to steal. He has 1 so far this year. Had a handful with the Barnstormers during his month or so of activity a year ago. Second base runner for the Barnstormers on the day. Clark stole a base back in the 1st inning. Hoover's going to go. The pitch is taken for a ball. The throw is high and not in time. Jake Hoover with the stolen base. The Barnstormers move a runner into scoring position. Lancaster down 2 here in the 3rd inning. That's not going to keep the running game from being employed. Mondesi was the catcher on opening night here. And the Barnstormers swiped 1. Clark right off the bat. 0-1 to Devon Torrance. The corners creep in, expecting a bunt. It does not happen. Ball is inside and low. The first pitch apparently called a strike. And it is 1-1. Melvin Mercedes, the second baseman in the on-deck circle. The inning, you would like to believe, will get to Ladarius Clark at some point. High set by Travieso to Torrance. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. The Barnstormers' left-handed batters today have had all kinds of trouble with Travieso when he pitches up. We saw it again with Torrance there. It's what struck out Dugan. It's what struck out Felice. Hoover off second. Torrance at least looking to get the ball in play here. Reyes comes over. No throw made to second base. A ball and 2 strikes. And to Torrance. It's golfed foul out of play to the left. Still 1-2. Nobody out in this 3rd inning as the Barnstormers at least try to pick up this run. We've seen Clark's 2nd stolen base of the year, Hoover's 2nd steal of the season. Hard to believe Ladarius only has 2. That number will grow. Hoover's number will grow. And to Torrance, 1-2. That will get away because it hit Torrance in the foot. Well, Devon becomes a base runner, but with a pitch like that down there, the warnings aren't going to cover that. Lancaster with runners at 1st and 2nd, and Mercedes stepping in. If that pitch is up toward the ribs and hits him, then Travieso's probably out of the game. But you've got to give the pitchers the leeway to throw that backdoor slider. And that's pretty much what that was. Or not backdoor, but back foot. 1st and 2nd with nobody out. Mercedes stands in. Melvin fly to center back in the 1st inning. He shortens the bunt and then draws it back to take a ball down low. It's 1-0. You've got options here. Mercedes, a good bat handler. Hoover and Torrance both run well. Time to play some little ball and try to execute that. Travieso knows it. He is intent on keeping Hoover as close as possible at second base. 1-0 to Mercedes. Travieso to the plate. Mercedes squares but fouls the bunt back onto the net. 1 ball, 1 strike. York leading 2-0 on a pair of solo home runs, both by the leadoff batter, Troy Stokes Jr., his second and third of the season. Lancaster with the first big threat, ultimately on either side. The Barnstormers did leave a runner at third base back in the first inning. He got there with 1 out. It was the only runner they had. And now Mercedes, a squibber towards shortstop. They're going to have to get the out at second base. No chance to double up Melvin. 6-4 on the force out. Mercedes safe on the fielder's choice. Hoover to third, and the batter will be Clark. Ladarius with an infield base hit back in the first inning. Lancaster with a definitive chance to at least get 1 run back in this third inning. As a team, the Barnstormers have not been bad with runners in scoring position, but they've all happened in the same games. They had one night they were, I think it was that 23-7 game, they were 15 for 26 with runners in scoring position. Outside low, Mondesi with the block. Ball 1-0 to Ladarius Clark with Kelly Dugan waiting on deck. And now we'll see if Mercedes runs. That is a distinct possibility here. The combination of Travieso and Mondesi 0 for 2 in cutting down Barnstormers base stealers so far. 1 ball, no strikes to Ladarius Clark. The runner at first holds, and that's tagged into left field for a base hit. Clark driving in the run, his bat not slowing down. Hoover has scored. It is 2-1, and Dugan will bat with runners at first and second, 1 out. RBI single for Ladarius, who now has the Barnstormers' last 5 base hits in this series. th run batted in on the year for Clark. Dugan stands in with teammates at first and second. His ball club down by 1. And still you've got the speed with Mercedes and Clark. Pitch to Kelly is up high, ball 1, 1-0. Still appreciate his dad coming by and spending the evening in the booth last night. The 1-0, Dugan looks at a off-speed pitch onto the outside corner. It's 1-1. Andretti Cordero, the on-deck hitter for the Barnstormers. This is where you just want to keep the chain going. One base runner after another. Maybe put some more pressure on the defense. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dugan will let this one fly by outside. 2-1 from Travieso. A one-time first-round pick for Cincinnati. Ball 3. The Barnstormers certainly with an opportunity here to fatten the offense today. 3 balls and a strike, 2 men on, 1 out. Take a look at that 2012 draft. Carlos Correa was the first man taken. Byron Buxton was second. So we're talking about a couple of legitimate stars at the major league level. Here's a 3-1. Dugan draws a walk. Now Cordero has the chance. Second walk of the inning. And all of that ugliness we saw with Hoover at the plate, where it appeared that there was enough pressure to send the benches out onto the field at any second, may have just been Travieso getting a bit wild. He ended up walking Jake, then hitting Devon. Now a walk to Dugan, so they're loaded. Cordero attempting to come through here. Andretti flied out to right field his first time up. The lead runner is Mercedes. If any fly ball is at any kind of depth to the outfield, I think he's coming. Kevin Gossman was taken. Max Fried was taken. Travieso was actually 14th. To Cordero, popped up. Foul territory, third base side. Signaling for it is Franco, and that is an enormous second out. Cordero jumping a little too quickly there. Now Felice will have to come through with 2 outs. Addison Russell was drafted ahead of Travieso. Courtney Hawkins, the big star for the Lexington Legends, taken immediately before the current York right-hander. Lucas Giolito, Corey Seager, Michael Waka, Marcus Stroman was in that first round. Did Mercedes get him to balk right there, or had he stepped off? Mercedes thought he had coaxed a balk out of Travieso, pointed at him, but the third base umpire, Owen Ballard, said no, he did not. He stepped off. Bases are loaded. Here is Felice. Travieso will fire, and he misses. It is ball 1 and no strikes. You got 2 walks and a hit batter in the inning with the bases loaded. Cordero thought he was in a situation where Travieso was going to pour one down the middle, and that was a miscalculation. He got Andretti to pop out. Now Felice can't hold on the swing, and it's 1-1. Joey Gallo was taken late in the first round, one of the supplemental picks that year, as was our own Travis Jankowski from Lancaster County. 1-1. Ball 2 is high to Anderson. 2 balls and a strike. It's 2-1 York. We're in the third inning. At third is Mercedes. At second, it's Clark. At first is Dugan. Here comes the 2-1 to Felice. Ball 3 is left upstairs. One more out of the zone. The Barnstormers tie the game. 2-1. York leading. Lancaster with the bases loaded here in the third inning. 3 balls, 1 strike to Felice as Travieso struggles with his control here in the third inning. We mentioned coming into this inning, he'd gone to 3-2 on 4 of the previous 5 hitters. To Felice, 3-1, swung on and missed. He has gotten the left-handed batters to go up for that pitch all day. It's now 3-2 once again. And the pressure is a little bit more on Anderson Felice now than it had been. Three balls, 2 strikes, bases loaded. The payoff pitch. Felice drives this toward the gap, right center field. Sprinting back is Encarnacion. That ball is off the wall. 2-run score. Here is Dugan coming around. The throw home is late. Felice clears the bases with a double, and the Barnstormers lead 4-2. Huge 3-run double for Anderson Felice. Now 14 runs batted in for him on the season. Travieso goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes, one too many times here today. And Felice gives it a ride off the base of the UPMC sign. Now Anthony Peroni comes in with Felice at second and 2 outs. 7th double of the year. Leading the ball club is Anderson Felice. Travieso to Peroni, and that is a strike called. It is 0-1. The Barnstormers now on top, 4-2. Felice, good long lead off of second. Peroni now gets hit. And what will this engender? Warnings have been issued. Peroni got hit on the arm. Second hit batter of the inning, and Dave Shirk does nothing. Trace Lair, the third baseman, steps in. He flied to left back in the second inning. But now that sets the stage. The warnings probably almost have to be off. If DeSabatino hits somebody, what do you do? Ball is outside to Lair for a 1-0 count. Felice at second. Peroni is now on at first base. Ninth man to bat here in the third inning. Ball two is high. Travieso just seems to have lost his rhythm. And I think that's what Dave Shirk is reading. It just seems odd that warnings were issued, and the Barnstormers have had two batters hit since. Torrance, completely understood. I covered that. But Peroni gets hit in the arm here, and the warnings are still shrugged off. And I simply think it's that Travieso is wild. I'm not sure he intends anything. I can't read that. Pitches have been headed in every direction in this inning. There have been two walks as well as the two hit batters and a lot of deep counts. Lair up there 2-0. And the pitch to Trace. Busted bat, ball fisted out to shallow right, but Kenley able to go back and make the catch. That will close out the inning, but it's a productive one for the Barnstormers with 4 runs across on 2 hits. No errors in the inning, and the Barnstormers strand 2. We've come to the end of 3 here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Lancaster leads York by the score of 4-2.
There's a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Through 3 innings today, the Barnstormers have 4 runs on 3 hits with an error and 3 left. And York has picked up 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors. And the Revs have left 1. Top half of the 4th inning will be Nelly Rodriguez, Carlos Franco, and J.C. Encarnacion. The heart of the order stepping in for the York Revolution. Dave Collins with you from Clipper Magazine Stadium. Today's game certainly has not been without exciting moments and not been without intrigue. We'll see how things go in the top half of the 4th, and we'll definitely see how things go the next time Stokes comes around. I didn't see it, but did he ignite something on his second trip around the bases? Did he say something that got DeSabatino a little bit jarred, and Reyes hit by the next pitch, and that's where it all started. Ball 1 way outside to Nelly Rodriguez, who's grounded into a double play so far. DeSabatino comes back, and he is high. It is 2-0. So there are a lot of things playing, I would think, in Dom's head here. He doesn't want to come close to a York batter. Does he then get thrown out of the game? It's very unclear right now where things stand. Strike taken, and it's 2-1. And that can affect the way you pitch, the way you approach the game. 2 balls, 1 strike to Sabatino. Rears back, brings it home. He went too far, did Rodriguez on a pitch up out of the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Elsewhere in the Atlantic League, game 1 of a doubleheader at the end of 5. Staten Island leads Gastonia 1-0. High Point up 3-0 through 2.5 at Long Island. Swung on and missed. DeSabatino battles back, gets the strikeout. That is his 4th. Carlos Franco will step in. Charleston and Southern Maryland just getting started down at Regency Furniture Stadium, and Wild Health in Lexington tangle for the 6th straight game. And Wild Health failed to score in the top half of the first inning. That's where we'll be next Sunday for the 2:05 start. Thank goodness we have a day game going and a day game coming back. High pop fly, shallow left center field. Going back is Hoover, and he'll give way to Torrance, who makes a wonderful catch coming in. Oh, he finally found one Jake can't get to, but he did a great job peeling out of the way, and Torrance racing in makes the catch knee high. 2 gone in the inning. J.C. Encarnacion will come to the plate. Busy Sunday, of course, in Major League Baseball as well. San Diego and Atlanta already in the 9th inning, tied at 3. Houston, Washington, no score at the end of 2. Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, scoreless in the 3rd. 2 outs, bases clear. Here's Encarnacion, and he rifles a shot out the left. Coming in and making that catch about knee-high again is Torrance. That ball dove in a hurry. Devon able to hang on. Nothing doing in the 4th inning here. A 7-pitch inning for Dominic DeSabatino. And as we come to the middle of the 4th, the Barnstormers remain ahead by the score of 4-2.
Hi everyone, Adam Gochenauer from Gochenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gochenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus gas grills. Titus gas grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus grill purchase. Gochenauers in East Petersburg.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Barnstormers leading 4-2. We go to the bottom of the 4th, and it will start with Jake Hoover. His last inning did. Jake drew a walk ultimately after the first pitch knocked him back, and the second pitch was behind him, and we had a lot of talk on the field. The benches did not empty. The Barnstormers would go on to score 4, and part of that, 2 guys hit by pitches. Nick Travieso remaining on the hill as we get this bottom half of the 4th inning underway with Hoover about to step in. We're just underway with the Major League scores when last inning ended quickly. Detroit leads Baltimore 1-0 in the bottom of the 2nd. Mets up 1-0 over Seattle there in the 3rd. Tampa Bay and Toronto no score, bottom 2. Milwaukee with a 1-0 lead over Miami in the 2nd inning. Cleveland at Minnesota, New York Yankees at the White Sox, Boston at Texas. The Central Time Zone games just getting underway. and their games out west later. So here is Hoover, and Jake will take ball one outside. It's 1-0. 3-run double by Anderson Felice last inning. Jumping the Barnstormers into the lead to Sabatino, a 3-batter inning to hold it. And now Hoover will take a strike. It is 1-1. Good turnout today. Again, the bulk of the crowd is on the third base side. That's where I would sit for a night game. I don't know about a day game if it's that necessary. 1-1. Hoover drives this to center. Encarnacion will go back and make the catch a couple of paces ahead of the track. Well tagged by Jake, but it dies straight away. Now Devon Torrance will step in. Torrance hit by a pitch, one of the two in the third inning. It's been a long afternoon for Travieso. They had action in the bullpen last inning. Torrance, a line drive up for it. Goes Kenley. Nice play. Jack Kenley timing his leap perfectly, denying a base hit to Devon Torrance. You can't do it much better than that. Melvin Mercedes, we've seen him make that play on this homestand, and it's Melvin now stepping in with 2 outs and the bases clear. Well, the Barnstormers, both hitters this inning, have hit the ball well, but not quite able to clear the defense. Melvin is 0 for 2. Travieso has thrown 73. That's 74 for strike one. Ladarius Clark, the Barnstormers' hottest hitter right now, waits on deck. No balls, 1 strike to Mercedes. Third baseman Franco up on the grass against him. Ball is inside and low. Travieso missed 2 entire seasons, 17 and 18, with the shoulder injury, and didn't play much in 19. Of course, the pandemic year of 20. His time with the Reds came to an end, and he ended up in Kansas City last year with the American Association team, Kansas City, Kansas. 2 balls and a strike. And I believe they're now the Monarchs again, a tribute to the Negro League team there, as opposed to the T-Bones, which they had been. Tribute to Kansas City Steaks. Mercedes takes ball 3 inside and low. 2 outs came quickly for Travieso, but Mercedes works the count to 3-1. Travieso gave up 2 walks last inning, but he has gone to a lot of deep counts. 3 balls and a strike. Mercedes turns on it, rolls it to first. Easy play for Rodriguez. He'll convert the out. The Barnstormers go down in 1-2-3 fashion in the bottom half of the 4th inning. We're through 4, and it's still 4-2 Lancaster.
Thank you for a job well done. Enjoy the rest of the game. As we say happy birthday to the
It's no longer about answering the most emails or pulling the most all-nighters. It's about prioritizing what's most important.
Hey Lexus, give me directions to Eagles Peak Hiking Trail. Calculating route.
That's why the Lexus NX has an interface engineered to understand you and an available 14-inch touchscreen that's simpler and more intuitive. The Lexus NX. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Availability and accuracy of navigation system depends on many factors. Data charges may apply.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Dominic DeSabatino to face the bottom three in the York batting order as we get into the fifth inning of baseball. If Troy Stokes Jr. bats in this fifth inning, it'll be interesting to see what develops. But DeSabatino needs 3 outs to keep the DH intact for the Barnstormers, so I don't know that you'd want to do anything here in the fifth inning of a retaliatory nature, and I don't think the Barnstormers are going to do that. The sense is that DeSabatino did hit Reyes, and that's why Peroni got hit in retaliation, because you can't go after the pitcher, so you go after the catcher. And hopefully that's the end of it here, not only today, but remember, these two teams have to play each other 26 more times. And DeSabatino misses horribly to Josue Herrera. If that had been a right-handed batter at the plate, DeSabatino would be out of the game. But with a lefty, he missed Herrera by 5 feet. Would have been behind a right-handed batter, and that would have been it. And the ball had just slipped. 1-0 on Herrera. Struck out his first time up. DeSabatino rears back, brings it home. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dom's been a bit more economical. Just 54 pitches through the first 4 innings. He comes back and dumps that on the inside corner. He has Herrera at 1-2. He's allowed the 2 home runs to Stokes. Reyes has reached base twice, once on an error and once on the HBP. And DeSabatino has gotten everybody else. 1-2, Herrera able to poke that back to the net. Still a ball and 2 strikes. The Barnstormers trying to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Revs today, leading 4-2. And if Lancaster holds on to this one, they would lead the War of the Roses 4-2. Brought to you this year by Wellspan. 1-2. And that is taken toward right center field, sinking in a hurry, and it's going to have to be played on a bounce by Felice. Herrera aboard to start off the 5th inning. Jack Kenley, the second baseman, will come to the plate. Kenley, a strikeout victim. Back in the 3rd. He made that nice leaping grab against Devon in the bottom of the 4th inning. Kenley was a good midseason acquisition for York last year. He came to York under pretty much the same kind of conditions that the Barnstormers got Hoover last year. Playing AA, AAA, not getting many at-bats and not hitting very well. There's a bunt. It will trickle foul up the third base line, and Anthony Peroni sweeps it so it has no chance to roll back into fair ground. 1 strike to Kenley. The Mets had a play like that. I saw this video clip last week where they thought the ball had gone foul on a bunt up the third base line, and the Mets pitcher, which one it was, I can't remember, swept it well into foul territory. He just knocked it all the way like to the retaining wall, and the umpire ruled it was a fair ball, and replay showed it was still barely on the chalk, and it was like a 3-base error. 0-1 to Kenley. DeSabatino fires, and that is met and fouled. No balls and 2 strikes. Herrera, the runner at first base, so Kenley becomes the tying run here in the 5th inning. Nobody out. Lancaster will get Clark, Dugan, and Cordero to the plate in the bottom of the inning. Dugan holds Herrera over at first. He has not tried to steal a base all year. Nothing in 2. Poked foul. That hit the stadium. You heard the crash against the metal over on the third base side. A damaged baseball. Ends up a souvenir. A group of youngsters surrounding it. Two strikes continuing on Jack Kenley. Paul Mondesi, the catcher, into the on-deck circle. No balls, 2 strikes. The Sabatino brings it home. High pop fly out to shallow center. Clark charging in. Back goes Mercedes. They bump, but not a full bore collision. Mercedes with the catch and 1 out. There have been some miscommunications and near miscommunications out in center field on pop-ups the entire afternoon. Back in the first inning, Clark dropped one as Mercedes and Hoover were maybe a little bit too close to him. And here Mercedes signaled for it, and Clark bumped him from behind, but only a fender bender there. Not major body damage. 1 out. Herrera back at first base. Here's Mondesi. He grounded to the shortstop Hoover his first time up. As Sabatino pours it home. That is line to left. The base hit. Racing over is Torrance. Heading for third is Herrera. The throw will be cut off. And York has runners at the corners with 1 out for Stokes, who's already homered twice here today. Line base hit into left for Paul Mondesi. And the tying runs are on for the York Revolution here in the top half of the 5th inning. DeSabatino will look for the double play ground ball. He had a span earlier where he had 3 straight ground balls off the York hitters. Good for 4 outs. And he's only gotten 1 ground ball since then. This would be the time for another. Stokes, homer to left, leading off the ball game. He homered to right center with 2 outs in the 3rd. DeSabatino needs to get him here. 1st and 3rd with 1 out. Lancaster leading 4-2. DeSabatino's pitch high and tight. It is ball 1. Elmer Reyes, the shortstop, in the on-deck circle. Barnstormers leading by 2, trying to hold on in this 5th inning. DeSabatino out of the set will bring it home, and it is ball 2. You don't want to let Stokes get a hold of another one at the same time. You don't want to give up a walk and enhance this inning. DeSabatino gave up a lot of home runs last year, 3 his first 2 starts of this season over 8 innings, but none in his last 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Stokes. Dom from the belt brings in the 2-0. He is high, ball 3. And the Barnstormers face legitimate issues here in the 5th inning, and it might be time for a mound visit from Mark Johnson. 3 balls, no strikes, as the smell of the cinnamon and nut stand drifts my way. 3 balls and no strikes. And to Stokes, he went for it, 3-1 after the swing and the miss on the fastball. If you've already homered twice in the game, you've got tying runs on base, it's 3-0. Yeah, you've got the green light right there. Green lights as far as the eyes can see up Main Street. 3-1. To Stokes, check swing and a foul. DeSabatino has brought it back to a full count. Mondesi might not be a likely candidate to be on the move here, but they theoretically could. I love the typo on the video board. 3 balls, 2 strikes. We'll get to that in a second. Fouled away, 3-2. Here's a guy who has hit 2 home runs in the game, and on the video board he is listed as Troy Strokes Jr. They added an R. Troy Strokes Jr. My eyes do not deceive me. Little bit of humor at the ballpark this afternoon. Why not? It's Sunday. 3-2. 1st and 3rd, and the runners go. There's a high fly ball. This one will turn foul up onto the hillside, but Troy Strokes Jr. gets another good swing in here. I think when you're having a day like today, you appreciate the typographical error, even if you're Stokes, and take pride in your name. It's Stokes, not Strokes. Ordinarily, you'd be offended today. Today, it's a compliment. 3-2. First and third with one out. DeSabatino deals its outside and low, ball 4. And the bases are loaded for Elmer Reyes. Will this prompt a visit from the dugout? Reyes will come to the plate. He has reached on a drop fly ball, and he's also been hit by a pitch. And my spidey senses were correct. Mark Johnson's on his way out to the hill. Herrera at third. Mondesi moves up to second. Stokes on with the walk. And the Barnstormers infielders all huddle up around the pitching coach, who towers over everybody but Dugan and DeSabatino, and he looks those guys in the eye. Mark Johnson got to the major leagues with the Detroit Tigers, spent a lot of time in the Eastern League in 3 different organizations. He was with the Florida Marlins in Portland at one point. He was with the Yankees in Norwich and with the Tigers in Erie. He ended up returning to Norwich with the Tigers as a pitching coach back when they were, what were they, the Connecticut Sea Urchins, or maybe they were the Navigators still at that point. I don't remember. Bases loaded with one out. Here's the pitch to Reyes. He turns on it and misses. Big trouble for Dominic DeSabatino in the 5th inning. He's trying to fight through this. No balls and a strike on Reyes with Melky Mesa due next. Boy, could DeSabatino use a ground ball here. Lair, Hoover, Mercedes, and Dugan hoping for the opportunity. 0-1 to Reyes. Next offering, fastball swing and a miss. Make it 0-2. 2 singles, both solid, followed by the walk here in the 5th inning. Defense is straight away. Here's the 0-2. Check swing, he didn't go. It is ball 1. Pitch a little bit low and away. Great location for DeSabatino. He almost got Reyes, but not quite. He did not go. That's a legitimate call by Bill Reuter down at first base. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Big moments here in the top half of the 5th inning. Dominic DeSabatino again ready. Here is the 1-2 now. Reyes pops this up. Infield fly should be called. It is. The third baseman, Lair, with the catch. That is a huge second out. But you still have to deal with Melky. The left fielder, Mesa, comes to the plate. 0 for 2 so far this afternoon. He has struck out and flied out. DeSabatino an out closer to surviving this 5th inning without surrendering the lead. Bases remain loaded with 2 outs. Mesa stands in, and DeSabatino needs to avoid the result that Felice gave the Barnstormers back in the 3rd, a 2-out base-clearing double. Now to Mesa, swung on and missed. DeSabatino gains the early edge at 0-1. Nelly Rodriguez, the first baseman, waits on deck. Oh, you look at this lineup, and it can be scary just based on their individual Atlantic League histories. The 0-1, Mesa fouls it back to the padding. Big cut for the York left fielder. He's set up at no balls and 2 strikes. What will DeSabatino and Peroni cook up here? Well, it's kind enough to wish the opposing pitcher from Friday night, Jorge Martinez, a happy birthday. 37 today. He was born on the island of Cuba. No balls, 2 strikes to Mesa. DeSabatino going to work, and he misses high. Mesa wouldn't chase it up there. 1-2. This has been a long inning for Dom. And he has caught up to and surpassed his mound opponent Travieso in pitch count today. Now we're going to have signals discussed. If two guys are going to be on the same page ordinarily, it would be DeSabatino and Peroni. Those two travel in a pack. You see one, you see the other. They're roommates on the road. They always arrive at the stadium together. They have become best friends. They have a marvelous relationship, marvelous friendship, and that's part of what gives you the warm, tingly fuzzies is the friendships that do develop here. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and to Mesa, it is ripped but fortunately foul, and that one takes out the York bullpen bench down the left side. Still a ball and 2 strikes. So whatever Peroni and DeSabatino discussed, take that one off the playbook for the moment. That was close to putting York back into the lead. Mesa continuing to bat at 1 ball and 2 strikes. He had a grand slam off of Gann in the 4th inning last night. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Peroni sets the target. DeSabatino to the plate. Ball 2 is up. So now it is 2-2. Tense moments, even if it is only the 5th inning. At third, Herrera. At second, Mondesi. At first, Stokes. 2 balls, 2 strikes with the bases loaded. DeSabatino had a gnat or a fly, something, buzz underneath the bill of the cap. He had to step back off. 2-2. To Mesa, ball 3 misses, and now there's nowhere to go. Rodriguez, the first baseman, waiting on deck. The Barnstormers, who have gotten a little bit thin out in the bullpen, opt not to get somebody warming up here. It's up to DeSabatino to get through it. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Mesa after the count had been 0-2. Bases loaded, 2 outs, huge pitch here in the 5th inning. DeSabatino ready to go, and it's ball 4 inside to force in a run. Nelly Rodriguez will come to the plate. Well, that is a shame after DeSabatino had the count at 0-2. Rodriguez trying to change the course of this game. It's now 4-3 with the bases full. Rodriguez has grounded into a double play, and he has struck out so far. And Lancaster does get action going. A right-hander throws down in the bullpen, but the ranks are thin down there. Laporte got hurt the other night. Johnson threw 2 1/3 last night. Here's a pitch to Rodriguez. First one's over. 0-1 on the big first baseman. My guess from here, and I can't read the numbers on these Sunday jerseys at all, but my guess is that it's Sullentrop. I could be wrong. 0-1. Drilled to center field. Up goes Mercedes, and he makes a wonderful play to save the lead. It broke the bat of Rodriguez. You could hear that, but it certainly looked like he had enough of it for a 2-run single. Melvin Mercedes comes up with a big defensive play and saves the day for now. No runs, 2 hits. Take that back. 1 run, 2 hits with no errors, and 3 runners left on base. We'll go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. The Barnstormers leading the York Revolution 4-3.
Localflavor.com, local flavor, localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me. Are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine?
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
Well, the Barnstormers hang on by their fingernails to the lead as we go to the bottom half of the fifth inning. Melvin Mercedes coming up with a big leaping catch against Nelly Rodriguez. The ball was deceptive coming off the bat. It looked like a clear line drive that was going to be into right center field for a base hit, but you heard the sound of the bat crack. And when you mishit a ball enough so that it destroys the bat, it also doesn't travel very well, and it gave Mercedes the opportunity to get back, time the jump, and make that catch, and Melvin did it to perfection. Now we have Ladarius Clark, who has base hits 5 plate appearances in a row. He steps in to start off the bottom half of the fifth against Travieso. This right-hander has struck out 3, walked 2, hit 2, given up 3 hits and 4 runs. Clark has a stolen base and an RBI, along with being 2 for 2. Big swing there, he misses. It is 0-1. The Barnstormers bullpen has set down for now. Probably see DeSabatino come out for a 6th inning. Clark takes a ball inside. It is 1-1. Travieso, meanwhile, is in the upper 70s. This has been a long ball game so far today. Just starting the bottom of the fifth, Lancaster leading 4-3. Here's the 1-1 to Clark. Ladarius, big swing, trying to pull that. And he ends up behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Kelly Dugan and Andretti Cordero will follow in this 5th inning. Barnstormers looking for some breathing room. Not sure exactly how Ross would get this game to the 8th inning, where you'd see Graham and Schumann for the 8th and the 9th. That stays high, 2-2. Sullentrop will be part of the formula. There is some right-handed action in the York bullpen at the moment. Clark awaits the 2-2. Travieso ready to bring it home, and that's rolled to the shortstop, picked by Reyes. And Clark is retired for the first time since the first inning last night. 1 out. Dugan will come to the plate. Kelly has struck out and walked. You got to look now at these last 4 games. The Barnstormers still have registered only 22 hits since Wednesday night. It was good enough to win a couple of games against the Ducks. In fact, the 3rd one against the Ducks, that's where this started. Dugan swings, hits a towering fly ball to right. Is it enough? Stokes going back, looks up, and the streak continues. Dugan is homered for the 5th straight game against York as he bounces this one off the walkway in right center field, giving the Barnstormers a 5-3 lead on his 6th home run of the season. Kelly Dugan has had York in his sights, 5 homers, 14 runs batted in, in the season series. Well, the Barnstormers back in the lead by 2, and here is Andretti Cordero, who has flied to right and fouled to the third baseman. 1 out, bases clear. Lancaster leading by a pair. And now to Cordero outside and low. Ball 1, no strikes. Anderson Felice, who's had the biggest hit for the Barnstormers today, waits on deck. 1 ball, no strikes. Cordero lobs one out to left. This is going to die quickly. Racing in is Mesa. Loses his hat, not the ball, makes the catch. Cordero retired, and Felice will step in with 2 outs. Against Cordero, who's got power, you must respect. Mesa was playing very deep out in left field. And he had a lot of ground he had to cover to come in and make that catch. In fact, Reyes ends up handing his hat back to him. By the time Mesa put on the brakes, he was just about to the infield. Felice with a strikeout and the 3-run double. Awaiting the pitch from Travieso, way outside off the glove of the catcher Mondesi. Felice going nowhere. Ball 1-0. The only 2 times we've seen a hitter take off and taking advantage of the experimental rule here in 2022. Ladarius Clark opening night. He did it twice. Nobody else has done so. They may have to sweeten the pot even more if they really want to see that happen. 1-0 pitch, ball 2 is high, 2-0. The offer of a base hit, if you make it safely to first and no penalty to your statistics if you don't, has not been enough to coax players into making that journey to first base. 2 balls, no strikes. Ball 3 is wide of the plate, 3-0. And the spot of the Hall of Fame for it is gone. Tony Thomas already has claimed that when he did it for Southern Maryland against the Barnstormers back in 19. Unless you get some kind of cash bonus for doing it, I don't think it's going to happen very often. Inside and low, Anthony Peroni will come to the plate with 2 outs and a runner at first. Peroni is struck out and he's been hit by a pitch. Lancaster 5, York 3, bottom half of the 5th inning. We had some extracurriculars back in the 3rd on a couple of occasions, top of the inning and bottom of the inning. To Peroni, big swing and a miss, 0-1. In the top of the inning, Elmer Reyes was hit by the first pitch he saw from DeSabatino after Stokes hit his 2nd home run of the game. Peroni looks at a fastball away. It's 1-1, 90 pitches now for Travieso. And Reyes had words for DeSabatino. Dave Shirk got in between the two. It decompressed from there until the first pitch brushed back Jake Hoover in the bottom of the inning, and then the second one was behind Jake. And then there were a lot of words and warnings were issued. Fouled to the net. Peroni batting 1 and 2. On deck is Lair. Peroni got hit later in the inning and nothing was done, which I found puzzling. I mean, you might have read that Travieso did not intend anything there, but after warnings are issued, and especially the guy who was kind of at the center of attention, the catcher, in the construed hit batter situation in the top of the inning, that was giving Travieso and the York Revolution some license. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Anthony Peroni. Anderson Felice, the base runner, with 2 outs here in the 5th. Lancaster leads by 2 following the Dugan homer. Peroni awaits the 1-2. Runner goes. Ball is outside and low, and the throw trickles in to the second baseman, and they called that strike 3. They called that strike 3 on Peroni, and the inning is over. That will close it out. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We're done with 5, and it is 5-3 in favor of the Barnstormers.
Lancaster County Motors Subaru once again presents the Subaru Outdoor Experience. Located along the first base line, this space welcomes fans to a different experience while attending games. The Subaru Outdoor Experience focuses on creating social engagement among the fans. Fans will identify with the Subaru Outdoor Experience, which includes games like life-size Jenga, shuffleboard, ping pong, giant checkers, and bocce ball, along with an art wall of kayak, bike, and recycling arts parts and information, a dog-kissing booth, a barbershop corner, and opportunities to engage with the local business that made this unique space possible. Come enjoy the games while watching the game.
Rock with the 5-time Tony Award-nominated musical Rock of Ages at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater, April 22nd through May 14th. When a development company plans to turn the Sunset Strip into another strip mall, it's up to a group of wannabe rockers to save the day and the music. With music from Styx, Bon Jovi, Poison, and more, Rock of Ages features all your favorite 80s rock anthems and power ballads. How can you resist? Call 717-898-1900 or visit DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Dominic DeSabatino stays on the hill for the Barnstormers. We go to the 6th inning. Lancaster up by a pair. It'll be Franco, Encarnacion, and Herrera for the York Revolution. The Barnstormers really do not have an available lefty out of the bullpen unless, and this does exist as a possibility, if the Barnstormers really need a left-hander to get a couple of key outs, they could go to Augie Silk in between starts. That's the only option. Zepchinski not here, and Shirley used up from the last couple of nights. So the only possibility of Ross bringing in a left-hander out of the pen would be Augie Silk between starts. And he's done that before. He did it once last year. Now here is Carlos Franco, who is 0 for 2. He has grounded to second and flied to left. 4 hits apiece. Lancaster leading by 2. They have the 3-run Anderson Felice double. There is still some action in the Barnstormers bullpen. To Franco, check swing, and the ball is outside, 1-0. Dom is back, and that is outside as well for a 2-ball and no strike count. Franco awaits. The target is set. Here's a 2-0. And again wide for ball 3, 3-0. Those 3 pitches have been virtually in identical spots. And DeSabatino cannot find the outside corner to Franco. He's got to come into him here. 3-0 is on the way, and that's a strike on the outside corner. And I guess that goes back to the old automatic on 3-0. You get it somewhere in the neighborhood, and it gets called a strike because that looked exactly the same as the first 3. 3-1, strike 2 on the outside corner. We've gotten to a full count on 5 pitches that look from here all the same. 3-2. Encarnacion waiting on deck. DeSabatino into his wind. He'll deliver. Fouled back to the screen. We continue at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Franco has seen a lot of pitches in this series. He's had that one big home run. He hasn't done all that much otherwise. Now the payoff from DeSabatino, swing and a miss. Franco is gone on strikes, a 7-pitch strikeout. DeSabatino now has 5, and that is a great bounce back for Dominic DeSabatino. J.C. Encarnacion will come to the plate. He's 0 for 2. He is grounded to third and lined to left on a ball that almost fooled Torrance out there. Devon came in and made that catch about knee high. The ball dove on him at the last second. Fastball from DeSabatino is up. It is 1-0. Swing and a miss. The Revs, and this is typical of the Revs over the years now. They don't get cheated on their cuts. They are out there to do damage, to hit home runs. Fly ball, center field. Retreating is Clark. That ball fooled him. It's over his head and out to the wall, and it's another extra base hit. Encarnacion is not slowing down, and he's going to easily reach third on a triple. 3 bases for J.C. Encarnacion on a drive to straightaway center, and Clark turned the wrong way initially. I don't know if he gets back there ultimately overall. Now Josue Herrera steps in. He is 1 for 2 with a run scored. Encarnacion didn't get cheated on that cut either, and he hits a triple bouncing at about 395 feet from the plate. It didn't get all the way to the fence on the fly. And now we have Ross Peoples coming out to the mound. Ross has had action in the bullpen with Tyler Sullentrop, and Sully is again throwing. And I think Ross has the hook. He does. DeSabatino has had a long day. His pitch count in the 90s, and Ross does not want to risk him losing this game. So the Barnstormers will make the change. Runner at third base, 1 out here in the 6th inning. The Barnstormers lead by 2, and we'll be back in a moment.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom in the back to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer to you in the front. Everything in the Lexus ES, a direct reflection of you. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17th. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Dominic DeSabatino goes 5 1/3 today. First time he's gone into the 6th inning this year. He comes out following the Encarnacion triple. 5 hits allowed by DeSabatino today. To this point, 3 runs with Encarnacion belonging to him. DeSabatino with a couple of walks, both in that elongated 5th inning. And he, along the way today, struck out 5. So a fair to middling outing and a chance to win. Can't lose. Josue Herrera will be the first man to face 6'3" Floridian Tyler Sullentrop. He has been reasonably effective for the Barnstormers so far. 2-0, a 3.12 ERA, 6 hits, 3 runs all earned in 8 2/3 innings. 7 walks, 8 strikeouts. And he is in to face back-to-back left-handed hitters. This is where Ross would love to have that lefty in the bullpen, and if he's not going to use Silk now, he's not going to use him. First offering is a fastball, a little bit inside, and to Herrera. Ball 1 and no strikes. Big gap in right center at the moment for Herrera. Sullentrop, hard thrower. Focuses in on the Peroni target. The pitch, a breaking ball, fisted out towards shallow right. Back goes Mercedes. He's there for the catch. A bump with Dugan. Melvin has saved, about 3 runs in the last 2 innings. 2 down, and Kenley the hitter. If you want to see somebody with range as a second baseman, just come out and view Melvin Mercedes. In so many ways, he's one of the most fun players to watch we've had in here in 17 seasons. 2 outs, and now to Kenley, a ball inside and low, rolling free from Peroni, but no chance for Encarnacion to race home. Ball 1, no strikes to the lefty batting second baseman. Lancaster 5, York 3. This has been a long ball game so far, and it's been in many ways a tense ball game, both in terms of the action and the scoring and in terms of some edginess between the two ball clubs back in the 3rd inning. That seems to have decompressed to some extent. Ball 1, no strikes to Kenley. It's 2-0. Catcher Paul Mondesi, a right-handed batter, waits on deck, related to Kansas City Royals Adalberto Mondesi. Two balls and nothing. Big swing and a miss. Sullentrop just came with pure heat there, challenging the left-handed batting Kenley. 2 balls and a strike. Barnstormers have a few guys in the bullpen, we talk about this a lot, who can put some impressive numbers up on the radar gun. 2-1 is low. The walk here isn't the worst thing with the left-handed batter at the plate, but you don't necessarily want to add another runner. 3 balls, 1 strike to Kenley. Encarnacion at third base with 2 outs. Here's a 3-1. Challenged him again, gets a foul tip for a full count at 3-2. Sullentrop on the official readings in between 95 and 96 miles an hour. Goodson last year hit 98. I would have loved to have had this technology available when Huáscar Brazoban was with us in 18. The payoff 3-2, lifted down the left field line. This is tough. Racing back is Lair. He can't get to it. That is a fair ball and a 5-4 game. Good recovery by Lair to keep Kenley to a single, but a blue pit down the left field line drives in the 4th run, and Mondesi will come to the plate. There was nothing the defense could do. Absolutely nothing on that play. Lair and Hoover are as good as you'll find retreating on pop-ups, but that ball landed just fair and far enough behind third base. Devon Torrance, the great wheels, he couldn't get over there with the left-handed batter up. Now it is 5-4 in the top of the 6th with Mondesi stepping in. Mondesi is grounded to short and singled into left. Sullentrop will work out of the stretch, bring it home. This is popped up out of play to the right. And an 0-1 count. York again back to within 1 in the series finale here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. The Revs have run away with the first 2. The Barnstormers trying to avoid the series sweep. If they can do that, this would be the only series that hasn't been swept since the Barnstormers' opening weekend at Gastonia. It's been sweeps either for or against ever since until now. Down low for a ball on Mondesi. The count is 1-1. Lancaster took opening night. Gastonia took the next three. Then High Point swept. The Barnstormers swept here against York. Fouled away, 1-2. Lancaster was swept at Southern Maryland. Swept in the rain abbreviated series at Long Island. Came back here. The Barnstormers swept the Ducks. That's an extraordinary number of series sweeps. You could go the entire first half most years and not see that many series completely swept. Lancaster trying to break up that streak today. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Mondesi. Sullentrop with a breaking ball, drops it in nicely, strike 3 called. Tyler Sullentrop uses the strikeout to get out of the inning. The blue pit for Kenley, though, picks up a run. 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. Bottom half of the 6th will come around. The Barnstormers continue to lead, but it's been cut to 5-4.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for
Lancaster still up by a run. We go to the bottom half of the 6th inning. York has gone to the bullpen for Robinson Para, taking over for Nick Travieso. 5 innings logged by Travieso, giving up just 4 hits. He walked 3, struck out 4, hit 2, 5 runs tallied against him. Para will face the bottom of the order, Lair, Hoover, and Torrance. In the bottom of the 6th with the Barnstormers up by the near run. Lancaster fell behind 2-0, then scored 4 in the lower half of the 3rd inning to take the lead. York twice now has pulled back to within a run. Para, out of the Red Sox organization, born in Venezuela, lives in Florida. And a youngster just 23 years of age. On the season, he's been in 7 games, 1-0 with a 3 ERA, 8 hits allowed, but 7 walks in 9 innings. Lair to lead off, Trace is 0 for 2 here this afternoon. Sun fully drenching the field now. Ball is low, 1-0. It's been in and out, but the clouds continue to fade away, and we've got fairly bright skies overhead. Still some clouds around, but nowhere near what we had earlier. Ball 2 is outside to Lair. 2 balls and nothing. DeSabatino ends up allowing 4 runs on 5 hits in 5 1/3 today. Lair goes after the 2-0. That's poked foul. 2 balls and 1 strike. 5-4. Para ready to go. Ball 3 is well wide. The Barnstormers picked up 3 walks against Travieso, but there were so many other 3-ball counts, and Lair facing Para has another one. He'll get the base on balls to start the inning. Lair on board. Hoover will step in. Jake with a walk and a fly out to center field. He was the man in the center of the firestorm back in the 3rd inning with that innocent "what did I do" reaction. The only thing he was guilty of is being the leadoff hitter in the bottom half of the third inning. Lair on board. Hoover stands in. The bunt, certainly a possibility, but we don't see it. Breaking ball for a strike to the inside edge. It's 0-1. York has out-hit Lancaster today, now 6-4. No balls and a strike. Hoover lets the fastball go. It's up and in. Ball 1 and a strike. Travieso threw 94 pitches today. And DeSabatino, by the time he was lifted, threw 95. 1-1 to Hoover. Jake swings, goes down the right field line. That ball will slice, though, and it hits fair. It came off the pole, I believe. Holding it first with a long single is Hoover, and scooting around to third is Lair. A line drive into the right field corner. Looked like it had a chance to go foul, and I think that hit the foul pole. Hoover is on. Torrance has been hit by a pitch and has been robbed by the second baseman, Kenley. 0 for 1 today. Will step in. If it didn't hit the foul pole, it hit awfully close to it. It's down in that area that is out of my view. York sets the infield at double play depth. Barnstormers have options. Torrance swings away and drills a foul into the third base seats. 0-1. Melvin Mercedes waits on deck. Lancaster up by a run, seeking more here in the 6th inning. Stokes played that ball well out in right field, holding Hoover to the long single. We see a lot of long singles off the fence in right here, and over in York, it's off the arch nemesis in left. We'll be there for 3 more against the Revs starting Tuesday night. 0-1. The count to Devon Torrance. We had to wait as a loose ball ended up on the field. Ball is low. 1-1. Well, the Barnstormers hoping to pull away here in the bottom half of the 6th inning, now that they have runners at first and third. 1 ball, 1 strike. Torrance will chip a foul. It's 1-2. Devon is looking for his first RBI of the year. Lair, the runner at third. Hoover aboard at first base. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Para to the set. Torrance just gets a piece of that. It's still 1-2 on the Barnstormers left fielder. He's made a couple of nice running catches today. The threat here in the bottom of the 6th prompts York to get more right-handed action up in the bullpen. 1-2. Torrance with a line drive, base hit into left field. That will pick up Lair, and it's 6-4. Hoover will stop at second. Devon Torrance with a key RBI single, keeping this 6th inning uprising going. Still nobody out. And Melvin Mercedes coming to the plate. We're going to have a discussion between Mondesi and Para. Dave Shirk in tow. 6-4 in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And Lancaster hungry for more. Mercedes, 7 times in a row, has been retired by the Revs since walking in the 9th inning and ultimately scoring back here on Friday night. 6 hits now for Lancaster here on Sunday. The Bats have come back to life after a couple of off nights. To Mercedes, he will lay down the bunt. Up with it is Potter. He's going to go to second base and get the force out there on Devon Torrance. Well, that's an unusual decision, but it worked. 1-6 and no sacrifice bunt. Mercedes safe on the fielder's choice. Hoover over to third. Ladarius Clark comes to the plate with runners at the corners. Para taking the gamble. And I'm not sure Torrance was expecting it because he went in standing up. To Clark, high for a ball. Mondesi tried to help out his right-hander, but it did not work. Look to bring that one down and frame it. Ball one, no strikes to Ladarius. 2 hits today for Clark. 12 for 24 against York on the season. And the 1-0 swings outside and low for ball 2. The always dangerous Kelly Dugan looming on deck. And I'm not sure the Revs want to encounter him with the bases loaded. 2 balls and nothing to Ladarius Clark. Hoover up the line from third. Mercedes off first. That's 3-0. Lancaster looking for a big hit here in the bottom half of the 6th inning to put some ground between themselves and the York Revolution and make it a little bit easier for Ross working with his bullpen today. 3-0 pitch. Clark goes for it and misses. 3-1. Yet another 3-ball count from the York pitching staff in this game. Runner goes. There's a hopper on the hit and run. Kenley able to get there, but it will get a run across. 4-3 on the out, and the Barnstormers now lead 7-4. That was perfectly done by Ladarius Clark, really. With Mercedes taking off, Clark hit the bouncer on the right side. Kenley with a spectacular reaction, getting back to keep that from being a base hit. And Ladarius drives in the second run of the inning. The Barnstormers are left with Mercedes at second and Dugan at the plate. Kelly homered last inning. He has homered, walked, and struck out in the game, scoring twice. To Dugan way outside ball one, and it wouldn't shock me if York completely pitched around. The Barnstormers first baseman here. They have handled Cordero pretty well this afternoon and the last couple of games. 1-0 to Dugan. Ball 2 is in the dirt, bouncing free from Mondesi for a moment. Mercedes opts not to try and shoot home. 3-run Barnstormer lead, the largest Lancaster has had at any point in this series. Now 2-0 to Dugan. He has not seen anything yet from Para. And now ball 3 is up. So it's been outside in the dirt, high. Now they're going to give him the 4th one. Officially an intentional walk. It'll bring on Cordero, but not before Mason makes a trip to the mound to spell Robinson Para. Back to the bullpen for the York Revolution as Para can only pick up a couple of outs here in the 6th inning. Barnstormers leading by 3, and York goes back to the bullpen. We'll tell you who's coming in just a moment.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
The Lancaster Barnstormers are up by 3 with 2 outs and 2 on in the bottom half of the 6th inning. I still haven't quite been able to ascertain the number, but I believe this is Yoendry Herrera, 5'9", 186-pound right-hander, born in Venezuela, lives in Miami. Herrera has bounced around the Atlantic League a bit over the past couple of years. He was with the Ducks for 3 appearances, 1 start last year, and then joined the Revs as a starting pitcher. It was 2-4 with an 8.8 earned run average in the York jersey last year. He'd been 1-0 with a high ERA for the Long Island Ducks. The Barnstormers seeing Yoendry Herrera for the 3rd time this season, first time this weekend. Overall, Herrera, no record and a 5.06 ERA, but he has allowed 12 hits and 7 walks in 10 2/3 innings. Cordero is 0 for 3. He steps in with Mercedes at second, Dugan at first. 2 men retired in the inning. And a Cordero busted bat, soft one hopper to the shortstop Reyes. He can shovel off to Kenley. And on 1 pitch, Yoendry Herrera has the Revs out of the inning, but not before the Barnstormers pick up a couple of runs on 2 hits, no errors. 2 men are stranded. We're headed to the 7th. The Barnstormers own the lead 7-4.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Knockoffs, copycats, imitators. They all share one thing in common. They always pale in comparison next to the true original. Just like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. The crossover that paved the way for others. And it's still the best for one simple reason. Nothing else is as good as the original. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Tyler Sullentrop got the final 2 outs last inning around a bloop hit by Kenley that drove in a run. And now he'll face Troy Stokes Jr. We'll see if they've corrected the typo on the video board. It's easier said than done. Or will he show up once again? Yep, he's still Troy Stokes Jr. He's had himself a day. 2 home runs and a walk. His club now trailing by 3. Sullentrop will try to get the Barnstormers through the 7th. And then you'll see Graham and Schumann to wrap it up, I would imagine. Sully to the plate. Ball is high and inside on the breaking pitch. 1-0 on Stokes. He opened the game with a home run at an 0-2 count against DeSabatino. That went to left. He went to right center against DeSabatino back in the 3rd. Now Sullentrop is high again, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Ball game that's nearly 2.5 hours old and just starting the 7th. Strike to the inside edge. Stokes started the bat, but the pitch was called on location, not the swing. 2-1. Sullentrop gets the signal, ready to go, and he is low with the fastball. 3 balls and a strike on Stokes. You don't want to start off this inning with a base on balls, but here we are again. DeSabatino walked 2 in his 5 1/3 innings. That's not bad. Here's the 3-1, and he hits him. So Stokes gets nailed, and now what do we do? And the benches are going to come out. Here we go. The benches are going to come out, and we've got an absolute scrum over on the first base side. There was one York player that got in there. I don't think it was Stokes. We had incidents back in the 3rd inning. And with a 3-run lead, you don't want to hit the leadoff batter. That doesn't make any sense whether it was intentional or not. The whole situation may have been read incorrectly, but this is almost going to force some ejections. Tensions nearly boiled over back in the 3rd inning, and they certainly have here in the 7th, as Stokes, who had hit the 2 home runs earlier. I'd have to go back and watch the video to see if he did anything offensive to DeSabatino and the Barnstormers on that 2nd home run back in the 3rd inning. Was it Polanco that got in there initially? Somebody with the Revs did, and the York Revolution still going a little bit berserk after Stokes gets hit leading off the 7th inning. But the Barnstormers are going to be upset. You're going to see Ross go a little bit crazy here. And now Sandy De Leon coming over, but just to pick up his helmet, which got lost in the shuffle. But if they were to throw out Sullentrop now, what does that say about Peroni being hit by Trevieso after warnings were issued back in the 3rd? So things will settle back down. Now we've got Carlos Franco coming out and pointing fingers, and Melvin Mercedes will try to call him off. And here we go again, but this time not at a fast pace, just a slow one. Bench is emptying now for a 2nd time in between pitches after Stokes gets hit here in the 7th inning. Manager's trying to play peacemaker. But you saw this coming if somebody else was hit, and for it to be Stokes, the guy who might have been at the start of all of this today. Mark Mason is going to be claiming to Dave Shirk that Sullentrop should be thrown out. But can you throw Sullentrop out when you didn't throw Travieso out? Ross is going to make that case. And in either case, why were the warnings even issued? And now Ross Peoples is summoned by the umpiring crew. And it's going to be, I think, a few moments before play resumes here. Sullentrop hits Stokes to start off the 7th inning, and it's going to cause, I think, a relatively lengthy delay in the proceedings. Stokes is fine, by the way. It's not an injury situation. Boy, are the Barnstormers annoyed, and so are the York Revolution. What was intentional, what was not, is left to interpretation. But Stokes becomes the 4th batter hit in this game. It all started, Stokes hit his 2nd solo home run of the day back in the 3rd inning. Alma Reyes got hit by the next pitch. In the bottom of the inning, Jake Hoover stepped in. The first pitch buzzed him underneath the chin. The second one was thrown behind him. At that point, warnings were issued. The benches started to come out. It never really got to that point where the two ball clubs were at full-scale battle. Devon Torrance was hit by a pitch in the foot following the walk to Hoover, and that was read as just a natural event in the course of baseball. But later in the inning, Anthony Peroni was hit in the arm. That looked intentional. Whether it was or not, I'm not a mind reader. But warnings had already been issued. At that point, Travieso probably should have been thrown out of the game. And now I would have to say, because warnings have been issued, Sullentrop should be thrown out of the game, but you can't if you didn't, or maybe you can, but that's going to certainly get the Barnstormers fired up if Sullentrop goes when Travieso didn't. Well, there's a runner on with nobody out in the seventh inning. The Barnstormers leading 7-4. We thought the forecast for rough weather potentially later in the day was going to be brewed in the sky. It's been brewed on the field. Sullentrop, it looks like, will stay in because he's being allowed to warm up a little bit extra. Mark Mason is still making the claim that Sullentrop should be gone, and maybe others as well. To the best of my knowledge, nobody's been thrown out here. Bill Reuter is the one in the midst of the discussion with Mason and with NOL Polanco. Now, if you see another Barnstormer get hit today, a couple of things are going to happen. One, you'll have an all-out war on the field. Two is that there will be plenty of ejections. Three, it's going to make the statement that the umpires have lost control of the game. And now Bill Reuter over to talk to Ross Peoples. And, of course, Bill, with the experience as a town justice in the area, and he's putting all those skills to work right now. Whether he's negotiating a plea deal or a divorce settlement, he is just in the midst of it right now, and I think he's taking all his justice skills and putting them on the table as he goes between Mark Mason and Ross Peoples to try and sort things out in the top half of the seventh inning. Runner on with nobody out. Elmer Reyes is the scheduled batter. And to think these two teams play each other 3 more times this week and 26 more times this season. And that's why I don't like scheduling like this. You just run this risk. And if teams get agitated enough, if you didn't have Mason and Peoples as the managers here, if you had more fiery people, like some of the guys I've worked with in the past, this could go on all year. Imagine if somebody like Pete Incaviglia manages one of these teams. You're going to have 32 games of nonstop battles, nonstop bench clearing incidents. I don't think that's going to happen between the Barnstormers and the York Revolution, but you run the risk that it could. I don't think two teams in the Atlantic League, a 24-team league, should play each other more than 24 times. And Reuter is still trying to negotiate. Dave Shirk now talking with Mark Mason. And Bill Reuter goes back across the field. And we're going to have ejections. Peroni looks like he's gone. Sullentrop looks like he's gone. I think York will lose maybe somebody for the brawl. And this is not going to sit very well, I wouldn't think, with the Barnstormers. Bill Reuter has definitely tossed a couple of people here. So Shaver will have to come in and catch, and the Barnstormers will have to rush somebody out onto the hill. But Sullentrop definitely is gone. I think he pointed to Peroni also. That now I'm not certain about because Peroni is still there behind the plate. So Sullentrop definitely is gone for hitting Stokes. And it's Donald Goodson coming in to warm up. This is going to take a while. And we once again will send you back to our mythical studios. I thought that Reuter had pointed twice, but I guess I am mistaken unless it's somebody else that's gone. So we're going to go to the commercial break. We'll be back in a moment.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
So the Barnstormers ejections, best we can piece together, are actually Colton Shaver from the dugout. Peroni was not thrown out. Sullentrop is gone. And Sandy De Leon has been ejected on the York side. He was the guy who originally was involved with the Barnstormers over in the Lancaster dugout, and then the entire York bench came over. Now Donald Goodson gets as long as he wants to warm up. Sullentrop out after 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit and 1 strikeout. We are in the top of the 7th inning. We've had now really 4 interruptions to play, coming in 2 pairs, 1 pair back in the 3rd, and 1 here just starting off the 7th inning. And now Colton Shaver comes back out. And Donald Goodson is pointed as the new pitcher. We saw Shaver go down to the clubhouse, but now he is back in the dugout. We're told 4 ejections. Ross Peoples it is gone. Sullentrop. Sandy De Leon goes. But the Barnstormers are going to make the point that Travieso should have been thrown out in the 3rd inning. Warnings had been issued. Peroni got plunked. And that just opened the door. So in any event, Goodson takes over. Elmer Reyes is the batter. Well, Shaver, I don't think, is gone. He came back to the dugout. So I think that is in error. But Ross has been tossed. Here's a pitch from Goodson to Reyes. Donald finds the range. It is 0-1. Extracurriculars all afternoon. Now it is up to Goodson at least to get the Barnstormers through the 7th inning, and heaven help us if somebody else gets hit. Throw to first. Stokes is back in. He's been the guy who somehow has been at the center of it. His 2 home runs back in the 3rd. It was after his 2nd one that the Barnstormers hit Reyes with the next pitch. Now Goodson is high and tight to Reyes. Ball one, strike one. And it took a while for Bill Reuter and his crew to sort it all out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Goodson fires. That is fouled off. And it's 1-2. So they said Colton Shaver ejected, but he's back in the dugout. He was not. He did go down to the clubhouse, but he has returned. And I don't think he had collected his gear. 1 ball, 2 strikes, quick throw to first, and jumping back in is Stokes. (7-4), Lancaster leads in the 7th inning. Shirk really must have interpreted Travieso hitting Peroni as wildness. Grounded foul. Still a ball and 2 strikes from Goodson. Donald, 5'11", right-hander from Detroit. 2nd year here in the Atlantic League. Got hit hard his first couple of outings, working to get the numbers down. 7 hits, 5 runs in 6 innings with 3 walks. His curveball stays upstairs. It might have been just a straight change. That's generally his out pitch. 2-2. He's walked 3 and struck out 8. Has Goodson. 2-2. And this is driven toward right field. Way back it goes. Looking up on that is Felice. He'll play it off the top of the wall. Charging to third is Stokes. Reyes will stop at first on a long single. And now Melky Mesa comes to the plate as the potential tying run. Mesa 0 for 2 with a bases loaded walk in the game. First baseman Nelly Rodriguez waits on deck, and York with a big opportunity now in the 7th inning. And if the Barnstormers did hit Stokes intentionally right there, they may have opened the floodgates. I don't know that it was. It strikes me as just being a strange move if it was done intentionally in a 3-run game with a leadoff hitter in the 7th inning. Mesa stands in. Goodson will fire, and that turns back inside. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Lancaster's thin numbers could come into play. They need to get through this 7th inning with a lead intact. Mesa swings and misses. Goodson comes with the change, and it's 1-1. You'll give up a run here to get an out or two. 7-4, Barnstormers leading in a game that's approaching 3 hours in length. Goodson comes back. It's poked into right center field. That is a base hit, and it's in the gap. Picking it up out there is Clark. Spinning around to third is Reyes. Stokes is home. Mesa has an RBI single. And it's now 7-5 with Nelly Rodriguez coming to the plate. Rodriguez representing the lead run here in the 7th inning. There are men at the corners for the York Revolution. They've been able to take Goodson the other way. His last 2 right-handed batters. Again, you give up a run to get some outs. Goodson to the plate, and he is low to Rodriguez. Ball 1 and no strikes. York single runs in 5 different innings. There goes the runner from first. Pitch is high. Peroni will throw through the tag. It is in time to get Mesa. Reyes did not budge from third. And that is a huge first out. It takes the tying run off the base paths. A huge out for the Barnstormers to pick up here in the 7th inning. Rodriguez bats 2-0 as Mesa is taken off the bases. Infield lays back here. 2 balls, no strikes. Goodson to Rodriguez, and the hook drops over for strike 1. Sullentrop ends up allowing a run. He will get a hold. Goodson deals. Popped up foul. It'll get to the seats over on the first base side. The third baseman, Carlos Franco, waiting on deck. Two balls, 2 strikes to Rodriguez. Goodson down and away. 3-2. Today has been filled with tension, but this is going to be a 4-hour saga by the time all is said and done. You have that feeling. Payoff pitch, and that's low to Rodriguez. Goodson still has not retired a hitter, and now the tying run is back to first base with Franco stepping in at 0 for 3. If you had a lefty or two in the bullpen, this would be the time. The Barnstormers have been cost by the thin ranks. It's every day there are a couple of guys down. It's been different guys. There have been no long-term injuries. And you wouldn't be able to use Tommy Shirley today anyway. Mark Zipchinski left Thursday morning. He's been inactive since Wednesday. This would be the time. High and ball 1 on Franco. It's 1-0. 7-5. Franco with 1 swing could put his team into the lead here in the 7th inning. Center fielder J.C. Encarnacion waits on deck. It just doesn't get any easier. Ball 2 to Franco, 2-0. The other night, West Tunnel had to come in behind Tyler Laporte, who left with an injury. Speaking of the thin ranks in the Barnstormers bullpen, Goodson needs to get some outs here. Runners at the corners, 1 down on the steal attempt. 2 balls and no strikes to Carlos Franco. Goodson ready to go. His fastball challenges Franco, who takes a mighty cut, and he misses. That was a Roy Hobbs swing. 2-1. Franco tried to send that to Lidditz. I think that would be about the right direction. 2-1. Goodson comes back with a fastball. This is hit in the air, left center field. Going back on it is Clark. The ball is carrying. It's over his head and bouncing over the wall for a ground rule double. Boy, did that one carry off Franco's bat. When it came off, I'm thinking sac fly, 7-6, but instead a ground rule double. That will plate Reyes to make it 7-6. And now the tying run's at third, the lead run at second, and J.C. Encarnacion at the plate. Encarnacion tripled back in the 6th inning. He is 1 out of 3, and we're going to get a mound visit. Nobody had been throwing in the bullpen, but the Barnstormers get another right-hander tuning up down there now. 7-6 here in the top half of the 7th inning. And the Barnstormers contemplate what to do. And again, if you had a left-hander to warm up, and again, I'm just talking about where this club is right now. It's not anything, considering the current roster, that the coaching staff can do anything about. But if you have that left-hander available, this certainly would be the time. And it would have been the time. But the Barnstormers don't have a lefty in their pen. With Zipchinski leaving, Shirley is shut down. Don't know how long that's going to be. I haven't heard. But if he could pitch today, he would have been in there. So now Encarnacion stands in, a base hit, and York would have the lead for the first time since all of this started to develop back in the third inning. Upstairs for a ball on Encarnacion, it is 1-0. 3 hits and a walk off of Goodson, who was rushed out there today. Donald threw an inning. He threw the 7th, gave up a hit and a couple of walks the other night. Pitch bleeds through Peroni. And now it is 2-0 with Josue Herrera waiting on deck. Lancaster 7, York 6, top of the 7th inning. Infield plays halfway up for the Barnstormers. The runner at third is Rodriguez. He's not terribly fast. Goodson to the plate. Doesn't get that one over, and it's 3-0. On the verge of loading the bases with a couple of left-handed batters scheduled. And the next right-hander tuning up in the bullpen in a hurry, and that may be Graham a little earlier than you'd like to have him in there. Ground ball shortstop. They will hold the runner at third. Hoover will fire across and cut down Encarnacion. So the defensive ploy pays off. Rodriguez forced to hold. And now Josue Herrera will bat with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Pick your poison here with the left-handed batters, Herrera or Kenley. I think you just come straight after Josue Herrera. Second and third with 2 outs. Barnstormers again clinging to a 1-run lead. Melvin Mercedes, a great play against Rodriguez back in the 5th with the bases loaded to hold at that point what was a 4-3 lead. 7-6, Herrera batting with runners at second and third. He takes a ball down low. 1-0. First base is open. You can use it if you have to, but I don't think that is plan A. 1-0 pitch, high and outside, and Herrera bats at 2-0. If he walks, then you've got to come into the left-handed batting second baseman, Kenley, and I think by then the Barnstormers have another pitcher in. Goodson is the third of the day, forced in there because of the ejection of Sullentrop. Now ball 3 is low. 3-0. And we don't know everything that's been said, yelled out from dugouts or whatever down on the field of play. And that may have certainly entered into the decisions to make the ejections that were made. Herrera gets the walk. The bases are loaded for Kenley. Do we see movement from the dugout? And here comes Jeff Bianchi running the club. That will be it for Goodson. He'll come out with the bases loaded, 2 outs, and Kenley scheduled. Donald gets 2 outs, and the Barnstormers will have to go back to the bullpen with this change being made. We'll pause for this.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
So it is Josh Graham here in the bottom or the top of the 7th inning with the bases loaded, 2 outs. He'll be facing Jack Kenley. Kenley got a run on the board with a blue single down the left field line back in the 6th. Goodson has allowed 1 run to this point. All 3 men on base belong to him. He walked 2 and allowed 3 base hits. Graham trying to get the out against Kenley, and then the Barnstormers will pick up and go from there. Josh, I would imagine, would come back out for the 8th inning, and Schumann would throw the 9th if the Barnstormers hold on to the lead. Felice, Peroni, and Lair scheduled in the bottom half of the 7th for Lancaster. This game has certainly not been without drama, and you've got to believe there's more to come. 7-6, bases loaded, 2 outs. Top half of the 7th inning. Take a look at the rest of the scores around the Atlantic League while we have this quick chance. And maybe we won't because the page hasn't refreshed. There we go. Staten Island wins game 1, 2-1 over Gastonia. Top of the 7th. Well, that's this game. Bottom of the 9th, High Point up 4-2 over Long Island. End of 6, Charleston and Southern Maryland knotted at 1. And Lexington leads Wild Health 5-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Bases loaded here. Josh Graham will go to work on Jack Kenley. And the first delivery, strike 1, off-speed pitch, gets the outside corner. This inning has been a mess. We've had an ejection, forcing 1 pitching change. Now another pitching change. Only 1 batter's been retired, but York ran into an out on the bases. 0-1 to Kenley. Graham sets. He'll come back. The fastball swing and a miss. He has Kenley 0-2. Can Graham protect the lead and get the Barnstormers back to the plate in the bottom half of the inning? No balls, 2 strikes to the lefty batting second baseman, 1 out of 3 on the day. Graham is ready, and he'll step off for a moment. York has scored in 5 different innings today. The Barnstormers in 3. At this point, the 4-run third still holds. Jack Kenley batting no balls, 2 strikes. Peroni sets the target. Graham is ready to go. Here is the motion and the pitch a little bit upstairs, and ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. At third is Rodriguez. At second, Franco. At first, Herrera. Barnstormers may have pitched around Herrera there to give Graham enough time to come in. 1-2, and to Kenley, swung on and skied foul to the right side. And we will do it all again.
Not just serving great food, they are serving happiness.
Left-handed batters are 5 out of 13 against Graham. 1-2 on Kenley. And the next off the outside corner for ball 2. It is 2-2. And the pressure builds here. Bullpen has faced 10 opposing batters. 7 have reached base. But the lead is still there. 2-2 to Kenley. The Graham pitch, a check swing, ball is in the dirt. Did he go? He did not, says the third base umpire, but we got a throw behind the runner at first base, and Herrera is tagged out. York gives up the inning. A second runner thrown out on the bases as Herrera read that the ball had gotten away, but he had a traffic jam in front of him, tried to get back and could not. So Herrera ends up being picked off to end the inning, and Graham will get to work the eighth. York scores 2 on 3 hits with no errors, a few ejections, 2 runners left on base, and it's time for the 7th inning stretch where maybe we can figure this game out. It's still 7-6 in favor of the Barnstormers.
Hi everyone, Adam Gochenauer from Gochenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gochenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus gas grills. Titus gas grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus grill purchase. Gochenauers in East Petersburg.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Well, the Barnstormers will face a left-hander for the first time today. It's Adrian Almeida. Joendry Herrera came on. He got the final out in the 6th inning. I've just gotten word that Scott Schumann's not available for the Barnstormers today either. Graham may have to finish this one off. Well, you want to talk about the ranks being depleted. Barnstormers ahead by 1, 7-6, and facing Almeida here in the 7th inning with Felice, Peroni, and Lair scheduled. Almeida, the 4th pitcher for the Revs here this afternoon. Anderson Felice will step in from the right side of the plate. He has the biggest hit of the entire day, a 3-run double back in the 3rd inning. 1 out of 2 overall. He has also drawn a walk. Well, the Barnstormers certainly could use some more runs. They have the 1-run lead, but they don't have a full contingent of available relievers. We've already seen that. First pitch strike in on Felice. It is 0-1. Losing Sullentrop there was maybe deserved, maybe not. I have no way of knowing for sure what the intent was. Swing and a miss. That gets to the backstop. Felice doesn't take off. It's 0-2. Barnstormers picked up 2 runs off of Para back in the 6th inning. That could have been a bigger inning. Anderson Felice bats 0-2. Almeida into the wind. That's off the outside corner in ball 1. We are clearly beyond the 3-hour mark today, just starting the bottom half of the 7th inning. One ball, 2 strikes. A lot of room available for Felice in the left center field alley in between Mesa and Encarnacion. Encarnacion cheating toward right center. Wind is blowing out toward right. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Felice will take a breaking ball just high, and it's 2-2. Almeida wanted that one. Barnstormers pitchers today have walked 4 and hit 2, the latter being the story of the game. York's pitching has walked 5 and hit 2, which also part of the story. Anderson Felice awaits the 2-2, and it is strike 3 called on the inside corner. Felice goes down looking and goes down dismayed. The batter will be Anthony Peroni, who has struck out twice and been hit by a pitch. Again, part of the story today. He was hit up. We're not talking a ball like Torrance got hit with earlier in that bottom of the third, down around the feet. He got hit up. Warnings had already been issued. And that's going to be part of the Barnstormers' case is this game, I'm sure, will go to League President Rick White. And that will be one of the arguments that the Barnstormers are going to make. Ball is outside 1-0. I don't know if that would have been a cause to put this game under protest or not. I don't believe it would. Ejecting players is umpire's discretion. But it would have been worth thinking about. 2 balls and nothing on Peroni. Ball 3, served in low by Almeida, 3-0. Third baseman Trace Lair waits on deck. Lancaster 7 and York 6. 1 out in the bottom half of inning 7. Here comes the 3-0. Peroni will draw the walk, flip the bat away. Lair steps in. Barnstormers 6 hits today. They've also picked up 6 bases on balls. Lair is being summoned back, and we're going to see Connor Lean come out as a pinch hitter. Lean will go into the outfield. He'll take over in right. Anderson Felice will move to third base. It's a natural move. Jeff Bianchi wants the right-handed hitter up there. Lair had been 0 for 2 with a walk. You get the right-handed slugger stepping in. Connor Lean overall, .333 with a homer and 10 runs batted in. He's been a little bit cold lately. First pitch poured right through by Almeida. It's 0-1. Shortstop Jake Hoover is on deck. Hoover hitting the ball off the fence down in the right field corner his last time up. Jake scored twice today. He's hit the ball well. He flied to deep center in between the walk and the long single. Connor Lean bats 0-1. Breaking ball slices right through the zone. It is no balls and 2 strikes. Lancaster's been out hit 9-6. Somehow, the Barnstormers retain the lead. 0-2 to Lean. And the pitch swung on and missed. So the pinch hitter goes down on strikes. 2 are away, and it's Hoover. 1 out of 2 with 2 runs scored. .3409, her second pretty good Sunday. 34-30 2 weekends ago. Peroni the runner at first. And Hoover it is upstairs. Ball 1. Torrance is on deck. He would bat right-handed. It's been a nice day at the plate for Devon. A key RBI single for him back in the 6th inning. Hoover trying to get it to him here. Peroni out to the lead. Hoover batting 1-0. Taken low, ball 2. 2-0. Jeff Bianchi coaching at third. Troy Steffi across at first base. Ross Peoples was ejected in the top half of this inning, which seems like an eternity ago. Outside, Hoover with a 3-0 edge and likely to be taking here, I would think. Almeida so far has walked 1 and he has struck out 2. 3-0 to Hoover. Lefty sets, and it is a strike. The bat started from Hoover. I don't know if he ever really intended to go around, but he made a motion with it. 3 balls and a strike. He checks back to Dave Shirk saying where he read that pitch. 3-1. And Almeida will lob a throw over to first in Peroni's direction. Three balls, 1 strike. Hoover awaits. He'll get ball 4 now. And that puts a second man on in front of Torrance.
It's another walk presented by Jack Williams Tire and Auto.
Devon steps in, looking for his first hit of the year against a lefty. He's 0 for 4. He's already picked up his first RBI of the season this afternoon. 1 for 2 on the day. He has Peroni at second, Hoover at first, and 2 outs. 7-6 Lancaster in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Melvin Mercedes in the on-deck circle. He's hitless again today. To Torrance, first pitch strike. It is 0-1. Peroni at second, Hoover at first, 2 outs in the inning. Lancaster looking for a base hit from Torrance. Breaking ball, lifted foul and out of play to the right. It's 0-2. If you don't get a run here, at least you have the top of the order stepping in the 8th inning. Meanwhile, Kenley will come back to see Graham to start off the top of the 8th. Mondesi and Stokes would follow. 0-2, and Torrance swings and misses. So it's 2 walks, 3 strikeouts for Almeida in the bottom of the 7th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 more left on base by the Barnstormers. 8 for the day. York is stranded 7. And through 7 here, the Barnstormers have the 7-6 lead.
It's no longer about answering the most emails or pulling the most all-nighters. It's about prioritizing what's most important.
Hey Lexus, give me directions to Eagles Peak Hiking Trail. Calculating route.
That's why the Lexus NX has an interface engineered to understand you and an available 14-inch touchscreen that's simpler and more intuitive. The Lexus NX. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Availability and accuracy of navigation system depends on many factors. Data charges may apply.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
We go to the top half of the 8th inning, and Josh Graham will stay out there, and Graham may have to finish it out today. He has not officially faced a batter yet. While he was working to Jack Kenley, pitch got away from Anthony Peroni. The lead runners held, but Josue Herrera did not hold on at first base. The Barnstormers threw behind him and got him. That helped the Barnstormers escape the 7th inning with the lead intact. Graham will be facing Kenley, Mondesi, and Stokes in the 8th. As we expected, Lean goes to left, and Felice goes to third. Devon Torrance will move to right field. Didn't expect that. I thought Lean would just go to right and Torrance would stay in left. Here is Kenley, 1 out of 3 with a run batted in. Kenley's at bat never finished. Graham and Kenley have already tangled for several pitches. And now to Kenley here, foul back, strike 1. Graham has been, for the most part, effective, though more base runners than he would care to allow. 7 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, but he's walked 9. And he wants to cut down on that. Missing here to Kenley. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. He's 0-1 with 4 holds and a 1.17 ERA coming in. Did have a painful outing that ultimately wasn't his fault, but he lost at Long Island last weekend. He misses high, and Kenley bats at 2 balls and a strike. Two and 1. Graham into the wind. Next offering, met and fouled straight to the padding. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mondesi, the catcher, waiting in the on-deck circle. Nobody was going anywhere on this Sunday, right? 2-2. Graham delivers. Kenley skies this out to center. Coming on is Clark. The ball holds up long enough. He is there. That is out number 1. Mondesi will step to the plate at 1 for 3. Chase Johnson, you can't go to him today. He had a 2 1/3 inning stint last night. Tunnel had a long inning with an up and down. It was split between 2 innings, but he recorded 3 outs. So I am almost of the belief that the Barnstormers will have to stick with Graham throughout, no matter what happens. Swing and a miss by Mondesi. It is 0-1 here. Troy Stokes, the right fielder, waits on deck. Boy, has he been at the center of everything. 0-1. Swing and a miss again. A slider sent Mondesi's way by Graham. 0-2. Well, this game will be going to the Atlantic League. And we'll have it, the entirety of the 7th inning. But to me, the key is the 3rd inning. Not what happened in the 7th, but what happened in the 3rd. Swung on and missed. That was off speed. Mondesi goes down. That's 2 outs. Graham now will face Stokes. 2 homers, a walk, and an HBP. The video I would want to see is what happened on Stokes' 2nd home run, because he must have done something to rile up the Barnstormers. Reyes got hit by the next pitch, and that was the first indication that we might have an altercation here today, and certainly we did. Now to Stokes, off speed for a strike. It is 0-1. But imagine it, because it all goes back to Reyes being hit in the third inning on the pitch after Stokes' second home run. But if Stokes didn't do anything and DeSabatino didn't hit Reyes intentionally, then we've had a lot of strife at Clipper Magazine Stadium this afternoon for no reason. But down on the field, they would know. And I have to suspect that everything started on that Stokes second home run. 0-2 from Graham. 7-6 Lancaster in the eighth inning. Josh into the motion. His pitch low, covered up by Peroni. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. Bill Reuter had pointed twice at the Barnstormers, and I took it with the direction of the pointing that it was Sullentrop and Peroni that were tossed, but it was Sullentrop and Ross getting thrown out. Then we got the report that Shaver had been thrown out, but we saw him return. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Stokes. Felice guarding the line over at third. The pitch is high. Graham wanted it. 2-2. One out left to get here in the eighth inning. Stokes batting with Reyes on deck. Graham back to work. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch is hit high in the air to left. Retreating toward the warning track. Connor Lean. He has room. And on the front of the track in the corner, he makes the catch for the final out. Stokes not far from his third. Nothing across in the top of the eighth inning. We'll go to the bottom portion. And the top of the Lancaster lineup, still 7-6 Barnstormers.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
7-6, Barnstormers still up by 1. The lead has, at times today, been on very, very thin ice. It was 4-3 in the fifth inning with the bases loaded when Melvin Mercedes made a leaping catch to deny Nelly Rodriguez of a go-ahead base hit. Then in the top of the seventh inning, bases loaded with 2 outs. And in fact, before that, second and third with 1 out at 7-6. And a second out that inning on the bases helped the Barnstormers to get through the seventh. Graham sets the side down in order in the eighth. Melvin Mercedes will lead off the bottom of the eighth inning against Adrian Almeida, who walked 2 and struck out 3 in the lower half of the seventh. Mercedes 0 for 4 today. He has scored a run. Twice he has reached on a fielder's choice. Otherwise, he has flied to center and grounded to first. Franco plays in for the bunt with Mercedes up right-handed. The pitch way outside to Melvin, and ball 1. Lancaster with 6 hits in the ball game. Clark, the only player with more than 1. 1-0, Mercedes will get ball 2. Anderson Felice, the biggest Lancaster base hit, a 3-run double back in the third inning. Kelly Dugan has a home run. Two balls, no strikes to Mercedes with Clark waiting on deck. Almeida delivers and there's a strike to the outside corner. It's 2-1. Lancaster has also drawn 7 walks in the contest. To Mercedes, 2-1 pitch, heads home low. Melvin's been at 3 balls before today. Can't get the 4th one no matter what. And that's unusual for him. He's among the league leaders in drawing bases on balls. Three balls and a strike as Almeida peers in to get the sign from Mondesi. Way out there, and Mercedes is aboard with the leadoff walk. It brings on Clark. How do the Barnstormers play this? Do they have Ladarius bunt? Dugan is on deck, but a bunt opens the way to pitch around Kelly. I don't think they would do that left on left, though. I'd have Ladarius swinging away here, and he is, but he swings and misses. No balls and a strike. So it's gone strikeout, walk, strikeout, walk, strikeout, walk since Almeida took over. Ladarius Clark trying to break that pattern. Mercedes leads from first, 0-1 to the Barnstormers center fielder. Next offering down and in. This time he did shorten up the bunt, gets the back foot out of the way. 1 ball and 1 strike. In the top of the 9th, it will be Elmer Reyes, Melky Mesa, and Nelly Rodriguez. 2, 3, and 4, and it looks like Graham is staying in. Melvin back to first on the lob throw by Almeida. Getting reports that the Cincinnati Reds pitched a no-hitter today and lost to the Pittsburgh Pirates, adding insult to injury for their season. 1-1. Clark looks at a second strike over at the knees, make it 1-2 with Dugan waiting on deck. The Pirates did win 1-0. Mercedes takes off the 1-2, swung at and fouled to the net. We will continue to ball in 2 strikes. There is a noticeable haze forming. And I wonder if that is the precursor to some interesting weather that could be coming our way a bit later on. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ladarius Clark here. Mercedes, again leading from first. Almeida sets. He'll deliver. Ball 2, high and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dugan on deck. The Barnstormers at least trying to get the inning to Cordero. Runner goes, and they've got him in the rundown. Mercedes ducks around the tag attempt, or tries to, but he is lost. The tag applied by Reyes. So it's 1-3-6, and the Barnstormers lose their runner. Went on the first move of Almeida, trying to sneak over to second base. Two-two to Clark, but now with 1 out in the inning. Almeida fires. That is a swing and a miss. The fourth strikeout for Adrian Almeida. Kelly Dugan now batting with 2 outs and the bases empty. Dugan has homered in every game he has played against York, all 5 here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, including a solo shot in the 5th inning today. Two outs, nobody on base. Almeida to Dugan, outside and low. If the checkerboard holds, Dugan will walk. I wouldn't want to be in Cordero's shoes right now. This has gone on for a while. Nobody's put the ball in play against Adrian Almeida. He's walked 3, struck out 4 in alternating fashion. To Dugan, 1-0. Kelly grounds a foul in Cordero's direction. So we have a count of now 1 ball and 1 strike. There's the cinnamon smell once again from the nut stand. It's just off to the left side of the press box here, and oh my, Salivation City. Dugan awaits the 1-1. Almeida to the plate, and that is fouled off a check swing. Dugan trying to get out of the way. 1-2 on the Lancaster first baseman. Well, it's going to be all on the shoulders of Josh Graham trying to get the Barnstormers through the 9th inning. Storms are about an hour and a half out. York probably will run into weather on the way home. 1-2 pitch, a breaking ball, and Dugan gets hit. But that's a breaking ball. You're not going to eject anybody there, much as the Barnstormers fans might want blood. That is now 5 batters that have been hit in this game. If that was a fastball, I guarantee fists would be flying right now. But it was a breaking ball. Clearly an off-speed pitch. Dugan the base runner. Cordero stands in. We got storms up around Harrisburg and about to come through Hanover. Well, fans are really getting into it, but that was an off-speed pitch. That was Travis Darno getting hit. 2 outs, Dugan the base runner. Almeida will work to Cordero, and Andretti takes a strike. It's 0-1. Well, the way to answer this would be Cordero launching one out of the yard. 7-6. Almeida back to work on Cordero. Bouncing ball. That is foul past first. 2 strikes to Andretti. He is the 9th batter to face Almeida, and still nothing has been put in play. We have seen 3 walks, now a hit batter, and 4 strikeouts. Here comes the 0-2. Way out there, fully extended Mondesi to keep the runner from scoring position. Almeida has thrown nearly 40 pitches, and the Barnstormers have not hit anything in fair territory. Cordero batting 1-2. Dugan leads off first base, held by his counterpart Rodriguez. Here's the 1-2 to Andretti, fouled off. Count continues at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Over 310 pitches have been tossed in this game. But the reason it's going on nearly 4 hours boils down to about 3 or 4 of those pitches. The HBPs, 7-6, Lancaster over York in the bottom of the 8th inning. Kelly Dugan, the runner at first base with 2 outs. Cordero batting. Felice in the on-deck circle. Lancaster leads by 1. The left-hander comes set, and a Cordero, a swing and a miss. That is strikeout number 5 for Almeida. No runs, no hits, no errors. Lancaster leaves 1, and now it's Graham to face the 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the top half of the 9th inning. Lancaster leading 7-6.
Lancaster County Motors Subaru once again presents the Subaru Outdoor Experience. Located along the first base line, this space welcomes fans to a different experience while attending games. The Subaru Outdoor Experience focuses on creating social engagement among the fans. Fans will identify with the Subaru Outdoor Experience, which includes games like life-size Jenga, shuffleboard, ping pong, giant checkers, and bocce ball, along with an art wall of kayak, bike, and recycling arts parts and information, a dog-kissing booth, a barbershop corner, and opportunities to engage with the local business that made this unique space possible. Come enjoy the games while watching the game.
Rock with the 5-time Tony Award-nominated musical Rock of Ages at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater, April 22nd through May 14th. When a development company plans to turn the Sunset Strip into another strip mall, it's up to a group of wannabe rockers to save the day and the music. With music from Styx, Bon Jovi, Poison, and more, Rock of Ages features all your favorite 80s rock anthems and power ballads. How can you resist? Call 717-898-1900 or visit DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Top of the 9th, the Barnstormers trying to avoid a sweep here today. They lead by 1 in a ball game that has been as much about extracurriculars as it has been about the score, but it's been a tight game and in many ways very entertaining today as the Barnstormers try to survive this final game of the series with a short bullpen. And Josh Graham, who has gotten 4 outs with 3 batters, is asked to wrap it up against Elmer Reyes, Melky Mesa, and Nelly Rodriguez in this top half of the 9th inning. Graham is getting stretched out here this afternoon. Again, we got word that Scott Schumann is not available. And Graham, who has gone an inning and a third once, that was at High Point back on April the 26th, is now asked to go 2 1/3 this afternoon. The first offering to Reyes bends across the inside corner for strike 1. Reyes officially 1 out of 3 with a run scored. He's been on base 3 times, a single hit batter and the only error of the game today. No balls and a strike. Graham with a fastball. That's fouled. Make it 0-2. Josh got through last inning on 2 fly balls, the second of which was scary. Around the strikeout of Mondesi, he's got the pesky Reyes at no balls and 2 strikes. Elmer hitting over 300 this year. He did as a Duck a few seasons ago. Not quite as high with West Virginia or Charleston last year. The 0-2 is on the way. Swing and a miss. Out number 1 recorded here in the 9th inning. A 3-pitch strikeout of Reyes. Graham notches his second. 8 strikeouts total for Barnstormers pitching in the game. Melky Mesa will come to the plate. He's driven in 2 today, a hit and a walk, picking up an RBI each. Skies grow more threatening here in Lancaster. Again, the storms are still well to the west, but they are coming. We should, we hope, reach the end of this ball game before they arrive. Mesa stands in, and he will swing and miss at the off-speed stuff. Graham is not a hard thrower, but he's got a great mix of pitches, and it makes the fastball look even better. He legitimately only throws around 90. 1 strike to Mesa. Peroni setting the target. The next pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Everything bending downward. Mesa has swung over the top of the last 2. Nelly Rodriguez, the first baseman, waiting on deck should we get to the bottom of the 9th. Felice, Peroni, and Lean would be scheduled. Graham is low, and he couldn't get Mesa to go for that one. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. Graham needs to get 2 more outs. The Barnstormers have yet to win a 1-run game this year. And they've won a couple of 2-run affairs. Here comes the 1-2. Strike 3 called. 2 outs. He fooled Mesa, did Graham, and now Rodriguez will step in. Nelly Rodriguez, 0 for 3 with a walk, got robbed by Mercedes in a critical moment back in the 5th inning. Well, what a catch that was with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Melvin going up for a soft liner, retreating and then going up as the ball died off the broken bat. Graham to Rodriguez, first pitch, slips through, strike 1. We talked about left-handed batters coming in being 5 out of 13 off Josh, but right-handed hitters just 2 for 19 at the start of the day. And he has set down 4 right-handed batters in a row, 3 on strikes. The 0-1, Rodriguez gets a fastball down and away, but they may have just been for show. 1 ball, 1 strike to Rodriguez. Josh Graham needs 1 more out for a 7-out save, with the game on the line the entire time. 1 ball, 1 strike to Rodriguez, the New York City native. Awaiting the next offering from the Oregonian. The pitch is ball 2 away. 2-1. The problem is, looming on deck is the left-handed hitting Franco. Action has begun once again in the York bullpen, but it's not the closer Fuller throwing. It is Josh Martin warming up. 2 balls, 1 strike. That's a second strike. Again off speed to Rodriguez. Graham has the York Revolution down to a pitch. 7-6, top of the 9th inning. 2 outs, nobody on. This crowd has been stirred up this afternoon also. 3409, several of them, of course, coming across the river from York. And it's been back and forth as this game has had some pretty high emotion the entire time. 2-2 to Nelly Rodriguez. Graham ready. The pitch is strike 3 on the outside corner. Josh Graham fans the side in the 9th inning. The last 2 on called third strikes, and Nelly Rodriguez was none too happy. Nothing across in the top half of the 9th. The Barnstormers are able to salvage the series with the victory in the finale here this afternoon. We'll be back to wrap everything up in just a moment. Our final score, the Lancaster Barnstormers 7 and the York Revolution 6.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom in the back to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer to you in the front. everything in the Lexus ES a direct reflection of you. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
This ball game ran the gamut of emotions from A to Z. We had exhilaration, we had angst, we had strife, we had anger. And in the end, if you're on the Barnstormers side, some glee. The Barnstormers defeat the York Revolution today by the final score of 7-6. Lancaster 7 runs on 6 hits with an error and 9 left. And for the York Revolution, 6 runs on 9 hits with no errors and 7 runners stranded. The win goes to Dominic DeSabatino. He gave up 4 runs in 5 1/3 innings. Lancaster never surrendering the lead. He is 2-2. Nick Travieso, the starter and the loser for the York Revolution. He is 1-2 on the season. Josh Graham, the save, his first. We saw home runs today. Troy Stokes Jr. with a pair. The second one seemed to ignite everything. Second and third home runs of the season for Stokes. And the Barnstormers had Kelly Dugan leave the ballpark with the bases empty in the 5th inning. His 6th homer of the year, the 5th in 5 games against the York Revolution. Time of our game today, 3 hours and 45 minutes, 34:09. The paid attendance at Clipper Magazine Stadium here on this Sunday afternoon, and hope everybody, and this includes the folks from over in York, getting home safely ahead of what could be some fairly rough weather. It looks more like garden variety thunderstorms headed our way, and they could break up, of course, before they get here, but it looks like they will definitely get something over in the York area. The Barnstormers fell behind right away here this afternoon. 2 strikes from Dominic DeSabatino to Troy Stokes, and Stokes took the next pitch up over the wall in left field for the game-starting home run, his second home run of the season. That was 1-0, and then in the 3rd inning with 2 outs and nobody on, Stokes matched his first shot with the home run to the backyard out in right center field. 2-0 was the score. Elmer Reyes got hit by the next pitch, and already you saw the edginess in both dugouts. After that, the Revs read that as Reyes being hit intentionally. There started to be certainly some yap. The inning ended when Mesa flied out to center. Then, when we started the bottom half of the 3rd, the first pitch to Jake Hoover came awfully close, maybe chest high, a little bit under the chin. And then the next pitch was behind Jake. And then you saw both sides start to come out. Tensions were eased, but only briefly. Hoover would steal second. Devon Torrance was hit by a pitch. Nobody read anything into that. It was a back foot slider that got Torrance in the foot. So nothing really occurred there. It was first and second. I should mention that while Hoover was batting after the second pitch went behind him, the plate umpire, Dave Shirk, appeared to issue warnings to both dugouts. Let's keep that in mind. Runners were at first and second with nobody out. Melvin Mercedes bounced into a force out, 6-4. Ladarius Clark got the Barnstormers on the board with a single smashed into left field. Kelly Dugan walked with the bases loaded. Andretti Cordero fouled out to third base. That was the second out of the inning. But Anderson Felice delivered in a big way with a double to the gap in right center field, driving in all 3 runners, giving the Barnstormers the lead 4-2. The next batter, remember I said warnings had been issued. The next batter was Anthony Peroni. He was hit by a fastball, and nothing came of it. The Barnstormers had to be making the case at that point, hey, warnings were just issued, what's up? But it was allowed to ride. Well, nothing really happened beyond that for a while. The Barnstormers came out of the 3rd inning with a 4-2 lead. York constantly threatened the Barnstormers' leads in this ball game. In the fifth, the Revs got singles by Herrera and Mondesi. Then Stokes walked to load the bases. DeSabatino coaxed a pop-up to third out of Elmer Reyes, but then he walked Melky Mesa on a 3-2 pitch to force in a run. It was 4-3. Nelly Rodriguez looked like he had given York the lead. A soft liner off a broken bat, ticketed for right center field. Mercedes able to scramble back and make the leaping catch for the final out there, is saving at least one run, probably two. The Barnstormers held the 4-3 lead. Dugan homered in the bottom of the fifth. The lead was back to two. Again, York responded in the sixth inning with one out. J.C. Encarnacion took Dominic DeSabatino to the gap or it wasn't really the gap in right center. It was over the head of Clark in straightaway center for a triple. That was it for DeSabatino. Tyler Sullentrop came in, and he got the job done. He got Herrera to pop out. Jack Kenley with a bloop base hit into no man's land down the left field line, drove in the run. And then Sullentrop struck out Mondesi, looking to end the inning with the score 5-4. The Barnstormers came up in the bottom half of the sixth and plated two more runs. The first scoring on a single to left by Devon Torrance, and the second on a ground out by Ladarius Clark, with Mercedes on the move to stay out of the double play. Lancaster was leading 7-4. Then came the top half of the seventh inning, and so much happened in the seventh. You could spend an entire recap segment on the top of the seventh alone, but it started with Troy Stokes Jr., who seemed to be at the center of everything today, getting hit by a Sullentrop fastball. The benches cleared. The benches started to return, and then everybody came together once again. And by the time it was all sorted out, Bill Reuter, the crew chief, decided to toss Sullentrop from the game, decided to toss the York first base coach Sandy De Leon from the game, and also Ross Peoples was ejected for it being construed that he ordered the hit on Stokes. So we had to wait as Donald Goodson Jr. warmed up, and the Revs got to Goodson. The Barnstormers survived the seventh inning with a couple of base running, in a sense, gaffes by the Revolution. Elmer Reyes singled to right, sending Stokes to third. Melky Mesa singled into right center, bringing Stokes home and sending Reyes to third. So it was 7-5, first and third, with nobody out at this point. Mesa, though, took off for second. Peroni cut him down trying to steal. Reyes did not try to score. A one-out runner at third base, but still the Revs stayed on the attack. Nelly Rodriguez drew a walk, and in what may have been the key moment of the game, I forgot about this break that the Barnstormers actually got in the seventh inning. It didn't quite register at the time, but looking back at the scorecard, the Barnstormers got very, very lucky in the top half of the seventh with runners at first and third, and the score 7-5. Carlos Franco unloaded a drive to left center field. Clark ran back on it, couldn't get there. That ball carried an incredibly long way, but it hopped over the wall in left field, a ground rule double. That kept Nelly Rodriguez from scoring. He never did in that inning. At that point, 7-6, second and third, one out. J.C. Encarnacion grounded to short. York opted to hold Rodriguez at third base on that play, so the second out was given. Goodson would then walk Josue Herrera to load the bases. He came out. Josh Graham came in, and while Jack Kenley was batting, I think it was a 1-2 pitch, got away from Peroni, but only rolled a few feet behind. Herrera did not pick that up. The runner at third, which was Rodriguez, held. Franco held at second. Herrera got about 30 feet off of first base, and the big uh-oh registered. The Barnstormers able to throw behind him and pick him off, and that was really the final threat for the York Revolution in the game. Graham proceeded to retire 6 in a row over the final 2 innings, 4 on strikes to earn the save here today. What an afternoon this one has been, and guess what? In, about 50 hours or so, the Barnstormers and the Revs are back at it at Peoples Bank Park on Tuesday night. 3 more games between these two arch rivals and 26 more altogether to be played over the remainder of the season. Will tensions remain this high? they almost can't, but will things flare up again? I think that could be a distinct possibility. The Barnstormers do win this one, though, by the final score of 7-6 to go 4-2 on the homestand. You can't argue about that. And now Lancaster 8-13 before going on the road for the next 6. And obviously the objective for the Barnstormers has to be to come back from this road trip with some wins in tow. Elsewhere in the Atlantic League today, in the first game of a doubleheader, Staten Island slipped past Gastonia 2-1. Game 2 is in the top of the 5th inning in a matchup of ex-big leaguers Deck McGuire and Julio Teran, and it is 1-0 Gastonia in the top half of the 5th inning. High Point finished off Long Island. The final score was 4-2. Southern Maryland wins again, a 2-1 victory over Charleston. Today it was Andres Brisena coming up with the save. Matt Lados has been awfully busy for the incredible, red-hot Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. They're now 18-3 on the year. I thought maybe it was their schedule early. It's not. That team is legitimate. And Lexington today beating up on the Little Brothers 10-1 over the Wild Health Genomes. That is at the end of 7 innings of play. On the Major League slate here on this Sunday, San Diego has defeated Atlanta in 11 innings. 7-3 was that final. Houston up big over the Washington Nationals. At last report, it was 8-0 in the top half of the 9th inning. That is now final. Shutout baseball for Justin Verlander. Pittsburgh beats Cincinnati without even a base hit today. The Pirates defeating the Reds 1-0. Detroit 5 and Baltimore won a final. They're in the bottom of the 9th at Citi Field. Seattle leading the New York Mets 8-7. Tampa Bay shuts out Toronto today 3-0. In the 9th inning down in South Florida, Milwaukee leading Miami 7-3. Minnesota trips up Cleveland 3-1. The Yankees, they are incredibly hot, 5-1 today over the Chicago White Sox. Texas up 5-1 over Boston in the 8th. Kansas City 6, Colorado nothing in the 7th inning. The Angels 2-0 over Oakland. That is in the top half of the 3rd. Elsewhere, the Chicago Cubs out in the desert on a 2-0 lead over Arizona. They're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Phillies 4 and the Dodgers nothing through 2 1/2 innings out in L.A. San Francisco and St. Louis. Rodon and Wainwright, the game on national cable coming up tonight. Well, Lancaster Barnstormers win a thriller today over the York Revolution. Thrilling, exhausting, exhilarating, and definitely angst-filled. But Lancaster prevails with a great relief effort from Josh Graham here this afternoon. 7-6 our final. We'll be back your way come Tuesday from Peoples Bank Park. We'll join you at 6:25 on Tuesday night. The Lancaster Barnstormers will be sending Brent Teller to the mound against Alex Sanabia in the series opener over in York. For now, the Barnstormers lead the War of the Roses 4-2. 26 remain on the 2022 schedule. If you're a Barnstormers fan, come on across the river on Tuesday night. If you're a season ticket holder, you get your tickets for free at Peoples Bank Park. So join us on Tuesday. It promises more excitement when these two clubs get together. So that'll do it for us here today. For my assistant, Toby Prime, for Ryan Cartazzo, our video producer, all the cast and crew here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg. I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone. A great off day tomorrow. We'll talk to you on Tuesday, and then a week from there, when the Barnstormers are home against Gastonia, make sure we see you at the ballpark.